Hey, Shaves, and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. Keep wearing this jacket this week. It's been useful to me. I realized I did not count the 50 articles for us to jump right into it this time. I have to see how many we're reading. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 50, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. I'm gonna do end on Spirited Away. It's 51 entries, but like Spirited Away is like, it's like the 51st entry. I think it would be a good one to end on. And then the first one right after that for next stream will be Spooky Kitaro, so I think it works good. Hello, Weird Proc. Hello, Kinoko. Hello to Greg. Hello, Oscar. Great to see everybody. You've started Lupin. I thought you were going with Kitaro. That's fair enough, then. Where are you starting? Part 1? The pilot film? Gotta check out that pilot film that Oscar made. Some Days Dreamers. Was just about to watch Ghost Stories for the first time. Didn't realize you were going to stream right now. Yeah, it's a normal time. I'm usually Fridays. I don't know, the consistency's been there. I know I wasn't 1 week, like 2 weeks ago maybe. But yeah, we in it. I started watching your Sayatsura for my 1000th anime. What a pick! Hell yeah! Now watching part 1. Nice. Oh, you're halfway through the Qatar. Gotcha. 2018, I mean? You mean? Right? Not like the whole franchise, right? Not just halfway through last I saw you. You can't be that fast, Greg! That's awesome, Kinoko, though. That's a good pick. Although, you gotta watch... I had instances where, like, I've wanted certain ones as my, milestone. And then I suddenly, like a series would be my milestone. And then I just so happen to watch a couple of OVAs and movies for different things. And it's like, oh, I'm suddenly already here. Guess I'm going to have to choose something else to... I don't know, I've always had to course correct sometimes. But that's awesome. Pilot film's pretty good. The reason I bought the DVD set. Yeah, halfway through 2018. Gotcha. Alright, then. I think the music levels are good. I've had such a busy week. But thankfully, next week, I told one of the people jobs that I'm like, I can't come in next week. Because I haven't, like... I have to, like, get my car oil changed. And I've been doing a lot of driving this week. So I'm concerned about getting that done. I want to work on this video. And the video is still... The video's still in a state of, like, I have it written, and I've recorded it. I'm doing the audio editing right now, but I feel like I've grown as a creator where I feel perfectly fine restructuring things and re-editing things that I don't feel super strongly about. So there's been some restructuring in that video. So, I also still don't even know how long it is. That's the concern I have. I don't want it to be more than 20 minutes. And at the moment, the raw audio is like 40. So I might want to, like, reduce some stuff or change things around, less preamble. I don't know what I'm doing. But I hopefully next week I can really crank on just working on that video mostly is what I would like. Hi, Annaliso. Always wanted to watch this one. Some Days Dreamers? Yeah, we actually covered it last stream. But it sounds really good. Magical Girl slice of life type of thing. Of course, they compare it to Kiki, but yeah. Have you been feeling better, by the way? You were sick last time. I was suffering from allergies. I just been suffering from allergies generally. But I'm okay right now. But my lips are super chapped. Like, ugh, chapped. I've never heard of this one. Is what it is, though. 1993. Get the book out. Hit the lever. I gotta touch my Switch to get the book. Because, man, but Tears of the Kingdom, man. Sheesh. I've been able to thankfully tear myself away from that game pretty well this week. I just have a lot of, obligations with jobs and stuff. But also, I got to a good point of the game for me personally. My big thing with that game is completing the map. And this time wasn't so hard. Not like it just wasn't as hard because the towers aren't like crawling with enemies or something. But what was really difficult, or just the substantial challenge of this game, is completing the depths. The map for the depths, I'm still not done with it because the only thing I have left is the Death Mountain area, and I don't have the heat-proof gear. So I'm probably going there first for my first dungeon, just to get that. And also, I have a feeling about something about that. But yeah, but now that I've literally gotten most of the other light routes. I have pretty much have the whole map completed. Which is saying something if you played that game. It's like, holy shit. Because there's literally the same number of light route areas to fill the map up as there are shrines in the game. Not as many. Like, there are some in the sky. There's some shrines in the sky that don't correlate to the ones on the ground. But all the ones that are on the ground are correlated directly with light routes. So I found pretty much all the light routes, which means I found all the shrines. So I've marked them all in my map. So now I'm just gonna do a run of shrines and get a ton of hearts. I've already filled up my stamina max, and so I'm just kind of going through them to get more hearts before I go to the volcano for my first dungeon. Is the plan. But yeah, kind of want to beat that sooner rather than later so I can focus on other things. Did they like it? Yeah, they seem to. I think they liked it. Yeah, I think I gave it both a positive. They review both Some Days Dreamers and Some Days Dreamers 2. They mentioned that Some Days Dreamers 2 is directed by Osamu Kobayashi, so I was very happy about that. I should put the list as well. Good evening, fellow allergy sufferers. Yeah. Well, regarding your diligence and ability to break away, did you watch James Rolfe's First Impressions? I just did, yes. I just did. Yeah, I like sitting at my... And it's cute. It's cute. He didn't even leave the Sky Island yet. I was really interested in see... Because I am a nerd for the depth. Like, obviously, I've been in the depths the most. And I'm a freak about them. So I'm always hungry for people's impressions or reactions and things like that about the depths specifically. So I mean, it was cute, but it wasn't like a full impressions, I think, because obviously he played it for a couple hours with his kids, and not like really hardcore. That's okay. The light is in such a way that there you go. There you go. It's probably still gonna get light later. Oh damn, AVG has on current year games or just IRL old man James. Yeah, it's IRL old man James. It's not AVGN. It's James Rolfe. He's playing with his kids. He's like, I let the 5-year-old. This is the 5-year-old playing. It was so cute because he's like, this is the 5-year-old playing. They wanted to make this little thing, and he's just like commenting over it. It's cute. I think I watched half of it while eating, but it was really cute hearing how he played it with his kids. Looking forward to what he thinks about it later. Yeah, although he said like he kind of gave shit on the graphics, and I'm like, no, no. That's not the play, James. But also, he's like, it looks like Breath of the Wild. And like, sure it does. And then you compare the two. You literally, like, I've seen side-by-side comparisons of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And it's like, first draft type shit. Anyway, what the hell is this? Song of the Ryan Suri? Song. Song. I have a feeling this is going to be a long stream, guys. That's just my gut. Oh, okay. I thought it was a different one. There it is. No. They say with ultimately tragic results, but I'm okay with that. I think that's fine as a spoiler. It's not like spoilers or anything. That's something you'd read on the back of the box, I think, within reason. Yeah, no change. Song of the Baseball Enthusiast. This is from 1977. Oh, Yakyoku no Uta. Yeah. Yakyoku no Uta. Okay. Yakukyo. Yeah, Yakukyo no Uta. I know this one. What? Wait, what? Later episodes tried to move away from the Mizuhara storyline, so like the main seemingly the main character, but apparently in the manga, it's just one focus. It's just like one story. Yeah, because they put parentheses, move away from the Mizuhara story, parentheses, which was only one part of the original. But tales about other players on the team did not attract the same ratings. 25 years on, it's the Mizuhara episodes that are still available on video. So, like, the whole series is not available? Like, it's lost media or something? What is that? Are you kidding me? I've never heard of that. I've just never heard of that. Especially a show that's only 24 episodes? 24, a 2-core anime, and they're like, oh, we just didn't release 2/3 of it or something. Like, that does not make sense to me. I'm just gonna check, just checking AB real quick. Oh. Okay. There's the movie. Can I get the series, please? There it is. It's all 25 episodes. It's actually... So there's a TV movie, it's a special, and then they listing is 24 episodes, but there's 25 episodes listed here. And then there's this other one that's 9, but like clearly has multiple episodes. It's an ISO. What the heck? That's weird. I don't think they're... I don't know. I don't want to say they're wrong or something, but like, what's going on with that? James and 18. No. Oh yeah, the graphics comment. I forgot about that. All this cool and it just says unrealistic expectations. I think I'm gonna stay for this whole stream. Thank you, Weird Proc. I'll see if I have any battery to keep on stream. That comment definitely felt weird to me, but I guess he wanted something different from a sequel. I guess. Oh, this anime. Yeah. The show already looks so dope for me. Isn't it like hour-long episodes? No. The first episode was a TV special. The pilot was a 2-episode TV special, so it was 50 minutes. But I'm pretty they're at least listing here that they're regular length. But I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think that's what it is. Episode, like all, wait, the whole show's in an archive. But then every episode is 45 minutes long? That would be interesting. That would be really interesting. Best hope IA doesn't die before you circulate the tapes. Yeah. I don't know. That's strange. Does that mean it was more than 25 EPs? Because 25 EPs do seem to be available. That is really weird. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I've only watched the first episode. Yeah. Okay. Where is it? Okay. I'm just rechecking the first edition. Episodes 3 through 6 were also screened as full-length specials before retailored as standard 25-minute chapters. And then, yeah, later episodes tried to move away from the Mizuhara storyline, but tales about the other players on the team did not attract the same ratings. No, they spoil the special. I just read the end of it. Why the hell would they do that? Okay. Song of the Chimney Ghosts. Whatever. I think I calculated that each episode should be about 45 minutes for it to be that episode count, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure what you mean. Yet another childhood innocence obliterated by heartless allied cruelty movie. Compared to the Worthy Barefoot Gen or Grave of the Fireflies and their many inferior successors. Okay. Sheesh. Look at the way that they fucking worded it here. Where is it? Yet another childhood innocence obliterated by a heartless allied cruelty movie. Like, literally TV tropes. Literally TV tropes. So, like, and, like, I get it. There's many movies that are like this, and that's maybe because it's an interesting period of time. I don't know. I can understand people wanting to tell their stories, and they have many stories. It's okay if there's oh, you don't have to do it again. Grave already did it. Oh, you don't have to do the fucking Hiroshima bombing. Barefoot Gen already exists. Yeah, but do we have to just let art stifle it just because another art exists? These guys want to tell their story. Or maybe they want to make money. Ooh. Like, it's so annoying. Like, discouraging it like this. I'll give it a dismissive, of course. Like, the way they hyphenate it. As if it's a fucking genre. TV tropes ruined a generation of analysis. See, the thing is, Hayden, these guys, 2001, when did TV tropes come out? I have a feeling this is just general fandom. Like I think my prevailing thesis about this book is that it's not these crackpots, like, with shitty opinions. They are a reflection of us. Our community. Nerddom. It's very self-deprecating, cynical, essentialism, insecure, intellectual, you know, elitist. Come on, we can see different perspectives on the same event. No need to make any more 9/11 movies. Godzilla peaks all disaster metaphor movies. Right. And can you imagine we don't get Shin Godzilla thanks to this mentality? Oh, we've already done Godzilla. Why would we do it again? This is not to, like, you know, lick the boot of Hollywood remakes or whatever. But that's the thing. I don't even want to discourage that either. Trash Jace just put out a they just put out an episode of talking to the producer of Trigun Stampede, who happens to speak English, and they were talking about, like, why remake Trigun, you know, and they wanted to. They had more things they wanted to tell. They respect the original story a lot. They're commissioned to, of course. But then, yeah, it's like, why not? I mean, why make a commemorative manga about Astro Boy written by the guy who wrote Monster? It's cool. Devilman Crybaby. You know, like, this stuff can be really cool. The Speed Racer movie with the Wachowskis. Maidenless. Are we the baddies? I kind of think we are. You know, but like, that's the thing with me is, like, I am reading this similar to how I do AnyTube Digest, where I'm watching these people's videos and I'm like, oh, this really bothers me. Why? But then, okay, I'm gonna try to make sure not to do that. You know? We get a profounder, deeper understanding of this stuff. Not just of anime, of anime analysis. How do we talk about it? Tragically, but yeah, it's a good case study of our subculture and Dunning-Kruger on media trivia. Do we really need John Copper as the thing when we've had the 50s original? Semi-openly, but yeah, it's a weird loaded question. Hi, Joel. Good to see ya. Speed Racer movie is the perfect live-action anime. Yeah. But I understand that not every anime could work like that. Or at least work well. But it did work well with Speed Racer for sure. Although it took time to understand. Oh, Failure. I was listening to the Lil Yachty album again this morning, and his monologue on Failure, that track where he's just talking, he said something there that I've already heard that track several times before, but something he said was, you never know when success is going to come. You know, and he's so right about that. It's just really encouraging to think in those terms, I think, because it's like, keep trying. Try even harder. You never know. I mean, there's more that the IP or major cultural icons worth reinterpreting, but this is the downside of hating remakes and sequel stuff. Mm-hmm. Do we need fictional stories if we have real history? Clearly it doesn't matter. Song of the Ladybugs, 1974. Let me just Yes. Okay. Now it's 1974. This is 104 episodes. Wow. Okay. Thanks for the trivia, I guess. They couldn't really, they had to find a second thing to include there, I guess. They describe what it is. It's based on the manga by Star of the Giant's creator, Noboru Kawasaki. Um, and it says, no relation to the Candies Pop Trio's 1970s nuptial ditty, Ladybug Samba, sung in karaoke form at a wedding scene in Evangelion. Yeah? Thanks for that. The anime song of the Ladybug, no relation to the Candies Pop Trio's 1970s nuptial ditty, Ladybug Samba, sung in karaoke form at a wedding scene in Evangelion. What? All right. Shinji ate a banana once, or whatever. Like, it's kind of really deep there. Kind of especially obscure, I have to tell you. I've said that just really sticks out to me. Like, can you imagine, like, inversing this question as, like, a Jeopardy question or something? Who would get it? Who would get it? Like, this 1970s anime has no relation to the Candies Pop Trio's 1970s nuptial ditty Ladybug Samba sung in karaoke form at a wedding scene in Evangelion. What is Tento Mushi no Uta? You're correct. Like, what? What? Low-key real history is already fictionalized enough. Those sure are words. Really stretching for a fun fact. I guess? I don't even know what. What on earth? Alright. Song of the Sheep. Hitsuji no Uta from 2003. Thankfully, no book. Finally, no book. Okay. 4-episode OVA. Interesting. They aren't, it's like vampirism kind of thing. It's not exactly vampirism, but yeah. They're not super critical about it this time. Song of Wind and Trees from 1987. Not to be confused with Kodacho, which features songs and Blinky You Miss It, That Ladybug. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, it's this one. Tender, starry-eyed romantic melodrama. I didn't didn't realize it was the Toward the Terra author. They just say it's a tender, starry-eyed romantic melodrama. Not too much of an opinion. I think it's more of a descriptor. No change. I am interested in watching that one, but not necessarily from their article. I just generally. Sonic. Soldier. Org Man. Goat alert. I think this is directed by the giant gourd guy. Yas? Wait. It is! It's Yas! I didn't know Yas did this! It said that there's two directors, Yas and Tatsuya Hiramatsu. Tatsuya Hiramatsu sounds familiar. Wait a minute. They just list Yas on Wikipedia, at least. Wait a second. So it's this right here. I've seen covers of this. Where are you? Anime News Network. All right, I would prefer the anime, please, or the OVA. Yeah, Yas. Andy storyboarded it. Wait, sir. What do you mean those are his character designs? I guess. Yeah, I guess. Sure. Man, my mic is special. I guess I was being loud. I was just seeing I was peeking. I make music every weekend. Tatsuya Hiramatsu. What? What the heck? He's not credited anywhere. Why is he listed here? Why is he listed there? What's going on? Tatsuya Hiramatsu. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, he's a production guy. Yeah. He's like a production manager. Okay. How strange. Well, not too big of a deal. Again, I don't try to like nitpick the ton of the inaccuracies or everything, but okay. It's one of my favorite movies. Hell yeah. I'm looking forward to watching it. I've seen Door into Summer and I really enjoyed that. So that puts it way more on my radar. I didn't realize it was Yas. Oh, that's released on AB right now. Oh shit. I need to do that right now. Because there's several of these certain movies for a video. 2 videos. There's the one you're thinking of, and then there's another one. Oh shit, I really need to do that. Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, Sonic Soldier Borgman. We're on that. We're on it. 1988. I'm gonna put that I'm gonna open this thing just to. Hold on. I'm gonna put it right there, and I'm definitely gonna remember it. Okay, cool. Like so. Okay. Hiramatsu's credited as assistant episode director on AB. Oh, interesting. Fair enough. Something I'm thinking of. Did you tell me about it? I think you know about one of them because it's the game. It's Shin-Chan. I have to watch I'm watching the first 10 Shin-Chan movies over the summer. And then I'll say it. I'm really interested in watching, and I'm making a Leiji video, Leiji Matsumoto, because I have a take. Generally, my take is I think his work is much better experienced as movies, as cinematic epic experiences, than the TV work. And that's that's more of my take, but I'm more lumping it into a tribute and how good his work is, and encouraging people to just kind of jump in, because with Leiji, it's his is a lot like other anime franchises that just feel so big, and like I don't know where to start. And it's all weirdly connected in different timelines and alternate tellings and stuff, and it's just sort of it's something it's just to encourage people to just check it out. And I'm mostly encouraging the movies, and this is kind of just an excuse to use a certain song and clip and linking it to those. It's another Onimai structure, which is very music based, like AMV. I'm calling it kind of like an AMV essay, loose term. Ohala, hi, good to see you, Dolly. But I have to watch the I have to rewatch Arcadia. I have to rewatch Arcadia and watch for the first time the Space Battleship Yamada movies, which there's like 10. There's like 6 or 10, something like that. I think there's 6. I'm pretty sure, but I'm watching those. Really excited too. Sorry, Borgman. They just pulled up. Sound familiar? No, it didn't. It didn't sound familiar. It honestly sounded perfectly. I was just immersed in the story. I'm not trying to compare it to anything, because that's how my brain works. Just saying. You can do that and just be like, and even if it did sound familiar, that's okay. Maybe I like the thing, or maybe it's something I don't like, and maybe this will change my mind. I'm okay with things relating to other things that are seeming familiar. Sound familiar? I don't know. Post-bubblegum crisis, but curiously more old-fashioned. Stylistic bridge between earlier team shows and the dystopian heroes ushered in by Alien, Blade Runner, and Terminator. Although none of them used a teaching career as cover for their hard-suited heroes. Pleasant enough adventure for teens. Okay. I hope you enjoy. I haven't seen anything by Leiji other than some Galaxy Express. I've seen original Yamato, the series, 2199, which he wasn't involved with. Harlock TV series that Rintaro did. Galaxy Express 39 TV series. So I've seen the major ones. And then I have to rewatch Arcadia. I've seen the 3 Galaxy Express movies. Well, the 3 major ones, really. In my opinion, it would be the 2 that Rintaro did, and then Eternal Fantasy. I have to rewatch that as well. But I'm good on. I literally like what prompted me to make the video was watching Adieu Galaxy Express. And I watched it in tribute of when he passed away, and it was unbelievable. Please give Albator a bone too. Albator? Would be cool if French interviews of his are translated. Oh, I speak French. Oh no, that means I could have done that all this time. Ah! Yeah, wait. I'm French! Yeah. By all means. I'd be interested. Okay. Sorry, I have to finish the actual article and then compare it to the fucking first edition. I'm so slow today. Oof. This is not going to be good. This is going to be like a 4-hour stream. Borgman. Walk. Mm-hmm. I don't see anything different. Sonic! The Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog. Lazy stuff I've seen Galaxies was 3/9 TV series, 1 episode of Harlock TV, and the 2-episode anime of his cat. His cat? And a little Yamato. Yeah. I recommend 2199. Oh my god. Great show. So Sonic the Hedgehog is just it's just the OVA in the first edition, and then the third edition it does have Sonic X included. I can read this because it's popular. Whatever. Sonic the Hedgehog's arch nemesis, Dr. Robotnik, has been banished from the Land of Darkness by an evil metal Robotnik. He tells Sonic that the robot generator has been sabotaged and will blow planet Freedom to Kingdom Come. Sonic is reluctant to get involved until the president's daughter Sarah turns on the charm, but as he sets off on his mission, he must defeat the Hyper Metal Sonic, a robot hedgehog and Terminator 2 homage who's after his girl and his life. Based on the video game series of the same name, the anime was released in English as Sonic the Movie to imply a budget and quality that simply weren't there. Ah! Ah! Sonic the Hedgehog retains many favorites from the original, though Sonic's original hedgehog girlfriend Amy is replaced with the more human Sarah. Sheesh! Let's go! Well, they would call him Dr. Robotnik. I'm pretty sure that's how he's referred to in the OVA. In the OVA, I understand. But, let's see if they call him that in Sonic X. I still have my ADV VHS tape from a long time of birthday. Dang. Yeah, safe XP. Yeah. If you're referring to, their dig. Let me just read the third edition. Alright. Hajime Kamegaki's later TV series, Sonic X, has Sonic and pals getting blown through the dimensions to Earth, where they team up with a 12-year-old boy to stop evil Dr. Eggman from collecting all 7 Chaos Emeralds, which will give him absolute power. The first season ran a full year and was followed by a 26-episode second season. Okay. Pretty bland. Which is great! I think they called him Robotnik in the dub, only it could be wrong. It's been a long time. Oh, fair enough. I'm giving it a negative. I'm giving it a negative, sorry. Or, you know what? Maybe it's dismissive. Actually, I feel more dismissive about this one. Released as Sonic the Movie to imply a budget and quality that simply weren't there. Sheesh! I just watched the Sonic OVA on my birthday recently. Didn't realize the animation was done by Tezuka Pro and Piero. Yeah. Alright, well that's that. Kenichi Sonoda. Alright. He's the character designer for Wings of Honomiye's Otaku no Video, Guns, and then wrote the manga for Gunsmith Cats. Sora no Mani Mani from 2009. I am in the craving for some Cheez-Its. I'm gonna, hold on. I have to, like, raise the desk, and I don't want to bother the mic. I also realized that, like, I was leaning down a lot just to get my head in the angle and stuff, and I don't want to do that anymore. So I put the desk up. But now, unfortunately, you can't see the buddy. You can't see the pal. He's just right there. All right. For once, this isn't a cue for a chorus of harem tropes. This is a sweet story of school life. Alright, positive. I just don't feel like I have a good... the amount of head space right here just bothers me. Not all the way, but... Split the difference. Balance him on the mic. Yeah. Well, this is cute. I don't know how it's gonna work. Split. Okay, split in there. Let's kick his ass. Kind of works as a subwoofer. He's not really facing the camera, but actually dead ass. Not too bad. I don't mind that. Oh wait, it's this show. This show is good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, positive. Sora no mani. Sweet story of school life. I'm happy they like it. Okay, this is epic. Soran. The Space Boy. What was that? Japanese boy. What anime is that from? I forget. That's fun done. Thank you, Kinoko, and it's only been 49 minutes. Shit. Not a good sign. Gonna have to speed things up. 1965, Sora and the Space Boy. A muddled mixture of Superman and the James Bond movies. Okay. Great. Can't it be its own thing? They do add something, though. I just noticed. Muddled mixture of Superman and James Bond movies. Added 1965 episode length movie. Surur Hunters from 1995. Of course, it's a big fucking article. The plot is riddled with internal contradictions. Many of the people our heroes are called on to help are stupid. Stupid, suspicion-ridden chumps, not much better than the sorcerers who plague them. Actually a rather enjoyable series with more on offer. With more on offer than its slapstick wrappings indicate, including fun characters and wild designs. Alright. I like it. I just checked the 3rd edition. It's not a big deal, but yeah. They clarified this point about characters named after desserts. So, here, the 1st edition, they say, they're all theoretically named after desserts, though to Western palates, it's stretching things to call carrot ice a dessert. And then they say, they're all theoretically named after desserts, though to Western palates, it's stretching things to call glazed carrots and chestnuts, literally carrot and marron glace, a dessert. I cannot believe how long this article is. Ugh. I'm gonna say it's a little too much detail. Positive. Sorcerer Hunters used to be very popular, so that's probably why it's so long. Yeah, maybe. Alright, finally. Oh my gosh. Look how long this is. So it's here, here, here. Like, all of that. Ugh. Sorcerer on the racks. Sorcerer on the racks. 1999. Yet another off-the-peg creation from Satoru Akahori. Nevertheless stayed on video. It would take something more than 60 minutes of hackneyed magic to win a lucrative TV contract. We hope. Yeah, it was a 2-episode OVA. Jeez. Dismissive about that one, but let me check the 3rd edition. Umihiko Sori. So yeah. This is interesting. It's their kind of, it seems like their perspective on CG. Both films were less. So this guy, it's like a digital effects artist, a prominent figure in the early 21st century Japanese animation business. He's an outsider.
accidentally becoming a poster boy for motion captured filmmaking as a spin-off from his live action work. Both films, the 2004 Appleseed movie, and then as director of the acclaimed Vexiel. Both films were less animated than they were movies with 100% special effects, using motion capture in much the same way as Disney once used rotoscoping, as a means of using live actors to create the foundation for peerless animation. That's interesting. Soul Eater. Soul Eater from 2008. Let's get it. After this, I'll get my ass a drink. Get my. So stupid. Anyway. Okay. The Death Weapon Meister Academy teaches potential weapon meisters and their human weapons the techniques they need to go out and reap souls. To upgrade their powers to the highest level and elevate their weapon to a death scythe, the pairs must harvest the souls of 99 evil humans and 1 witch, likely to be a distant reference to this sword-collecting fetish to be found in the old story of Benkei vs. Ushiwaka. They also have to defend their hometown, Death City, from attacking monsters and magicians. Cue all-out action, goofy humor, dark, twisted family relationships, rivalries, and loyalties that go on beyond death. Atsushi Okubo's 2004 manga had a simple premise. Magical technicians are able to wield the abilities of specially gifted shape-shifting human partners as weapons. The idea of a talent residing in one party, but useless without the control and guidance of a second party, is well established in anime and is usually a hit with the teenage male audience. Guest appearances by Jack the Ripper, the Fisher King, the Flying Dutchman, Sherlock Holmes, and Al Capone do nothing to hurt the show's non-stop slam-bang action. It won't stand up to detailed analysis, but it's a lot of mindless fun. There's the opinion. I give it mixed. Gotta sage. Okay. Are they saying to turn your brain off? A lot of mindless fun, bruh. A little bit. But I think they've said turn your brain off before. Let's search in the 3rd edition. Turn your brain off. They've probably worded it in more delicate, different ways, but looks like there's no results. I mean, if you search brain, there's a lot of results. Could be. You never know. Chrono was the best part of that show. Yeah. They didn't even give them any names. They didn't even name any characters. I just realized that. They didn't name a single damn character in this whole article. Usually in their fucking sorcerer's hunt video, they fucking go like, oh, yeah, 2 her brothers, a goofy lecher who's always hungry, and you know, they're going over each and every fucking character. And then in Soul Eater, they don't even say anything about the characters. So weird. Whatever. Not a big deal, I guess. Soul Hunter. I'm getting a drink real quick. And here it is. I'm just gonna have it in my room, you know? As it be. Okay. Soul Hunter from 1999.
Mixed, I guess. Let me double check the third edition. They clarified a setting thing. They changed the name. Tai Kobo. Tai Kobo. Diabolical Dachi to Demon Immortal Gaki. Emperor Joe to Emperor Joe. Thunderbolt to Raishinshi. Naza to Nataku. Imperial Palace. At the Imperial Palace Wenzon and General Fun Base to at the Imperial Palace Lord Chancellor Bunchu and Duke Kohiko. Mixed. Everything seems deliberately incoherent. Occasional laziness in the animation is obscured behind flashy computer graphics. Sheesh. Soul Link from 2006.
I'll read this one out loud. The Soul Taker. Kyosuke Date comes home on a visit from his college dormitory to a devastating scene. His mother Mio has been assaulted and is dying in a sea of blood, a knife gripped in her shaking hand. Beautiful Maya Misaki is somehow or other on hand to help. The bemused Kyosuke learns things he never knew about his family. He has a twin sister, Runa, who has a group of older selves beings called Flickers. She's on the run from both the mysterious organization known as Hospital, men in white with seemingly magical powers, and from robots sent by Kirihara Concern, a giant corporation. Kyosuke has to find his sister so that he can find out why their mother died, and why so much mystery surrounds his family. And all they did was, they added, spin-off Nurse Witch Komugi. Oh, what's their Soul Link take? They didn't have one. All they wrote is the synopsis. A space station is attacked by terrorists while a group of cadets are aboard on a training exercise. Now Ryota and his classmates are stranded in space, trying to survive and get back to Earth. But there is a mystery connecting the course instructor, Celeria Marklight, and Ryota's older brother. It had to do with a strange virus. A recap special was issued in June 2006, presenting the story from two different girls' viewpoints. There are also 3 4-minute picture dramas, as well as made as DVD extras, with characters reminiscing about their pasts. That's all. The hills are alive with the sound of music. It was actually cut down into a 85-minute feature-length TV movie that covered roughly the same pacing and ground as the live-action movie. Interesting. Might be interested in watching that. I'm not sure about like a 40-episode show, but yeah, movie might be cool. So they don't even tell what the source material is. Yeah, I didn't know. They don't say what the source material is at all. I don't know what it is. Soul Link. Yeah, it's a game. Eroge. Yeah, they don't even mention it. Sound of the Sky. Sorry, I was quick on the draw. The 3rd edition. They added a compare to this. Nettie's Marvelous Story. Sound of the Sky. It's at the end. 15-year-old Kanata is a serving soldier reassigned during a ceasefire in a long war. Sent to a fort in the pretty, apparently quiet little town of Seas, she finds herself part of an all-girl unit with 3 main tasks: to maintain the fortress, to uphold local tradition that a population of young maidens control a local demon, and prepare for the very unlikely event of an attack.
All the girls have come from different backgrounds, but all have their own secrets. The old melody Amazing Grace has a deep significance for Kanata, and, it turns out, for others. Post-apocalypse, pre-1940s. An alternate world with charmingly quaint technology, oddly futuristic tanks, and oddly familiar customs. Or they're familiar if you've watched enough anime where grabbing each other's breasts in any situation is normal behavior for girls. The maidens protecting the local population by keeping a demon in check recalls folklore as well as anime, and they're doing dual duty as soldiers takes us back to Virgin Fleet. You've mentioned Virgin Fleet like 8 times, guys. I'm deaf. You're going on the list. You're going on the list. I'd say Virgin Fleet / Deep Blue Fleet. They mention a lot. Is the dual protagonist thing with one useless without the other that common? I guess. If they can name more than 2. The mismatch of European cultures mixed into Japan to make up their world isn't quite as engaging as in Kiki's Delivery Service. You understand? Where I got caught up on that is the mismatch of European cultures mixed into Japan to make up their world. It's not as good as Kiki's Delivery Service. I could be wrong, and I'm not like a huge Kiki fan, but like, in what way is Kiki a mismatch of European culture and Japan specifically? In what way is Kiki Japanese, besides it being anime made by a Japanese studio? Like, am I missing something? What happened? They mentioned Virgin Fleet more than they named Soul Eater characters. More than once. There's definitely a thing with pairing in that nature. Black Bullet. I think Saikano and Gunslinger Girl are in the same genre. Not sure. Depends what they mean by genre. But like, what counts to you? But the backgrounds and designs are charming enough. The characters, pure dating game stereotypes, are also intended to charm, but we've been around this block a few too many times for them to do anything else. So it doesn't matter how good the show is. You can pick out all the fucking tropes, and it doesn't matter to you. That's sad. And like I said, I think a lot of fans can relate to that. I think this is common. They start to be like, oh, it's this character. Oh, it's this type. And that's all they are. You know? And I get it. I'm watching a show right now. I'm watching a seasonal for a certain thing. I don't want to spoil. In case I don't happen to... I'm intending to go on it. I'm invited to a podcast. But I'm hoping I'm there, but I have to make sure I'm there. But like, I have to actually watch more episodes. I have to catch up. But it's seasonal, and the characters in it, okay. They do have kind of the one thing going on, and that's it. You know, but I'm not like, oh, that's that character. I understand it completely. Like, I'm open for more depth. I'm open for them to have some nuance to them, for sure. Just because a character is a tsundere, it doesn't mean they're completely disqualified from having compelling characterization or depth, you know? Do they not enjoy anything anymore? They enjoy Miyazaki and Tezuka. Yeah, and I mean, I'd have to count, but like, I think, I'm hoping at least, you know, they're more positive than they are negative about anime. Except, you know, how many of these opinions are mixed, like very even-handed, like, yeah, you know, and how many of them are dismissive. Like the fact that 3 out of these 4 categories that I'm putting, positive, negative, mixed, and dismissive. You think of the majority, like, that spread. Yeah. I get that vibe more. Yeah, it's just, I'll give it mixed because they do give, things about the um the more I'm typing this out, it's really not. They the fact that even they say they're charming enough, very backhanded, and I think it's generally kind of dismissive. Characters are pure dating game stereotypes intended to charm, but we've been around this block a few too many times for them to do anything else. And I'll just add my own commentary on that part. Whatever, I'll keep it there. I just don't want to. Wait, sorry. Culture mixed into Japan to make up their world isn't quite as engaging as in Kiki's delivery service. I wonder how spread out their positive articles are by year of release for the anime. Will they be evenly distributed, or will they slowly have less as you look at more modern series? That would be interesting for sure. I've been meaning to make, obviously it's just data collection right now, but hopefully a lot of the summer is going to be me working on processing it, putting years on all these. I want to make a big chart, actually. I want to make a big recommendation chart of stuff that they were positive about, negative about, mixed about, and dismissive about. But then, yeah, I think it would be interesting to make a spread, some sort of data on that. I don't know. I'm guessing my gut for that would be it's even. It seems evenly distributed, because they're pretty critical of a lot of old stuff too. Kiki isn't very Japanese, other than maybe some signs that are definitely for the audience and not for the characters. Yeah, I don't know. Sazan Cross! That seems like the most of the show. I think they just described the entire plot. That was 20. Thank you. Over an hour 28. So it was about, yeah, a little shorter. That's good. A little making some time, I guess. Hmm. All right. They don't say much else though. They talk. They do talk about the macros, so the Robotech connection. Rainbow, Southern Rainbow from 1982. Okay. They might have felt like maybe they spoiled something, but it's okay. That seems more like a literary, like the whole thing. Okay. No change. Spa of Love from 2005. Space Ace. Moving on. 1965.
Weird proc. I'm sorry. That was the last I'll eat on stream. I'm all cheese it out for now. Sorry. Weird proc. They deadass said that. Not to be confused with the Don Bluth video game of the same name. They said, not to be confused with the American animation by Don Bluth for the wholly unconnected Space Ace game. They deadass did the same thing. You fucking called it, bro. Alright, space. Adventure. Cobra! Let's fucking go! Bored 24th century salaryman Mr. Johnson buys a virtual vacation at the Trip Movie Corporation, only to discover that his chosen holiday, the life of a space pirate, triggers real memories that he had suppressed. He discovers that he really is Cobra, a rogue with a price on his head who has a false arm hiding the mentally powered Psycho Gun. Fleeing the Galactic Guild, he encounters beautiful bounty hunter Jane Flower, who has part of a treasure map tattooed on her shapely back. Her sisters, Dominique and Catherine, have the other pieces that reveal the location of the supreme weapon. Cobra springs Catherine from prison before tracking down Dominique, a police officer who has infiltrated the all-female Snow Gorilla gang. Though Cobra claims to want the supreme weapon, and like any Buichi Terasawa hero worth his salt, to see the girls naked, he is also intent on protecting the ladies from Crystal Boy, his golden cyborg rival, who lacks Cobra's qualms about skinning them alive to make the map more portable. Keeping relatively close to Buichi Terasawa's 1978 manga in Shonen Jump magazine, the first season's quest for the MacGuffin's supreme weapon ends with okay. It's not even that much of a spoiler, really. Alright. I'm not gonna write it down. It's just, recruited by Dominique for undercover work. Investigating guild drug smuggling on planet Lalu, he joins the Red Saxons, a sports team that plays the rugby-baseball hybrid Rugball. Amid violent matches reminiscent of rollerball, he rises through the ranks to crack the case and win the championship. The series ends with a third arc as Cobra locates Salamander, the enemy behind the guild that's revealed to be an energy field controlled by the spirit of Adolf Hitler. Predating Total Recall with its original premise, Space Adventure Cobra is typical Terasawa, crammed full of leggy, disposable beauties who turn up, wiggle their assets, snog the hero, and then get shot. It's got plenty of ray gun action, as well as the artist's other trademark, madly futurist designs based on contemporary technologies like motorcycles, cars, and planes. The TV series was preceded by a feature with a script written by Terasawa himself and Haruya Yamazaki, Miyazaki's amanuensis on Castle of Cagliostro. The movie script shuffles the characters into a slightly different setting. In this version, Jane Flower and her sisters Catherine and Dominique form the three aspects of the Empress of the Universe, ruler of the planet Myris, who will manifest when all fall in love with the same man. Guess who? Crystal Boy, aka Necron, is now the personification of death itself, tracking Cobra as he springs Catherine from jail and encounters Dominique on the planet of the Snow Gorillas. Clearly a dry run for the later series. Changes made between the two include a new composer and the replacement of the original Cobra voice actor Shigeru Matsusaki with Nachi Nozawa. Cobra also steals from many sci-fi movies, including Barbarella, Flash Gordon, the Genesis project from Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, and the Carbonite Freezing episode from Empire Strikes Back. The movie is often claimed as a sequel set 2 years after the TV events, though it requires remarkable suspension of disbelief to accept that Cobra would meet two trios of virtually identical girls with the same names, occupations, and troubles. I don't know why they entertain the anecdote then, because it's clearly wrong. Similarly, the movie version does not allude to Mr. Johnson's introduction at the Trip Movie Corporation. Japanese audiences familiar with the manga could disregard any of the film's more far-fetched or hallucinatory episodes as yet more evidence that this is all really a dream, not an option available to most English-speaking viewers. When dubbed for the UK market, Manga Entertainment replaced the Japanese soundtrack with all new material from the group Yellow. The decision gained Space Adventure Cobra extra press coverage and papered over the cracks to make this antique film seem up to date, while the 1995 copyright date for the new score helped imply that it was newer than it really was. The series is popular to this day and has an ardent fan following in Japan and Europe. Scenes from the feature were also recycled from Matthew Sweet's pop promo Girlfriend. However, its influence was strongest in Korea, where Cobra's relationship with Jane was shoddily rehashed with Haesung and Marie Kim in Lee Hyun-se's Armageddon. Other Terusawa works adapted as anime include Goku Midnight Eye and Kabuto. You gotta hand it to Gainax. Oh no! Guess who they didn't bring up at all? Uh-oh. Alright. I like the movie better than the TV series. That's a fair play. I've seen the movie more times than the show. I've rewatched the movie like 3 or 4 times, I think. And I've only seen the show once through. Just in time for Dazaki erasure. Yeah, just in time. I love the... Wow, I didn't know this physical predated Total Recall. I really have to watch more episodes of this to see the movie here. It's really good. Yeah, great. Steals from many sci-fi movies. Okay. I love the Space Adventure Cobra anime. Golden Age of sci-fi. Yeah, for sure. Did Hayao Miyazaki actually work on the movie? I haven't seen any good sources. No. They brought up Miyazaki because the movie was co-written by Haruo Yamazaki, who is Miyazaki's amanuensis. I don't know what that is. I'm pretty sure I've already written that word down, though. But let me check. No, I've not, actually. Okay. Nuensis. Let me check the 3rd edition. Okay, amanuensis, I'm just highlighting and defining. A literary or artistic assistant, in particular one who takes dictation or copies manuscripts. Okay. I just realized, because they did that, they mentioned Hayao Miyazaki in this Space Adventure Cobra article, but didn't bring up Osamu Tezuka. They found a way to mention Miyazaki in the Space Adventure Cobra, but not Tezuka. Oh my god. That's really funny. Wait a minute, I just found out the story for Total Recall is based on predates the Cobra manga. Oh! Oopsie. Did I miss any other hot takes? Not really. What the fuck does that mean? Some guy that writes manuscripts. Some places online claim Hayao Miyazaki worked on the film by not citing sources. Really? What? I think the encyclopedia may have led to misinformation getting passed around. How? That's a big deal. Them, probably. The story Tokyo calls based on came out in 66. Manga came out in 78. 6 Degrees of Hayao Miyazaki. Yeah. Yeah. Just keep double checking the rest of it. Though to be fair, Weird Proc, about the story with the Total Recall it's based on, yeah, you do have to consider whether that story was translated into Japanese and brought over there by the time it came out in 78. Because you think about it, like, that's kind of a requisite with this sort of thing. Like when World Masterpiece Theater, when they're choosing what anime or whatever, you know, the thing maybe not all the time, this is just a guess. I just know that, like, it was a big deal that Takahata's Anne of Green Gables, Akagi no Anne, is based on the Japanese translation of Akagi no Anne, specifically. You know? So that is a prominent detail to acknowledge. But there is still some credence to, like, it technically came out before Cobra, for sure. The fact that some sites say Miyazaki he worked on the film. In what capacity? How are they saying that? Miyazaki's assistant is more important than Miyazaki. They're saying Constellation Ashinojo does predate Rocky. Yeah, but like, true. Yeah. Or Kimba, right? Or we're gonna start making those comparisons. That's weird. Must include Miyazaki. Okay. The movie. There's Nagi Sub Miyazaki with Telecom. And yeah, Anime News Network credits Hayao Miyazaki as an animation assistant. And he's uncredited. So they're not really... I don't necessarily think the encyclopedia is propagating that. If they said Hayao Miyazaki was credited as an animator uncredited, then yeah, it's from them. But the only reason they bring up Miyazaki in the first and third edition is just to give the connection of, like, oh, it's written by Terasawa and Haruya Yamazaki, who is Miyazaki. They just say Miyazaki's amanuensis on Cagliostro. That's it. So I don't necessarily think that misinformation's from them, but I mean, is it misinformation? Is that real or not? I don't know. I think that's a different can of worms. But still, they mentioned Miyazaki and didn't name drop Kazaki at all. And here's the question, okay? What's the big deal? Why do we have to mention him? What are we going to say about him? I don't know. Maybe that, like, he is one of the most important and influential and, like, acclaimed anime directors. I don't know, maybe, you know, I think it would be kind of a big deal. And the thing is, any of this, it's a big deal of how you make it a big deal. If you specifically keep mentioning that this is a Satoru Akahori work, that name keeps getting brought up, and I, as a reader who is reading this book, is like, oh, that's a name that keeps coming up. Wow. Huh. That's interesting. I should look into that more. I'm starting to make connections here. But, like, it just doesn't seem that they care
that this is the same guy who directed Aim for the Ace or Ashinojo or Blackjack or Takarajima or any, it doesn't matter. Or like Go-Go. He did Go-Go right after this. And Go-Go's kind of similar in terms of like, stoic, adventure action movie, I think there's some spiritual successor there. It's just weird. Miyazaki and Dezaki never worked together. Their styles are completely different. Technically, Woodman, I hate to correct you. These guys barely credit Takahata. Yeah, Miyazaki and Dezaki did work on one thing. Miyazaki and Takahata were the directors of Lupin Part 1. And Dezaki directed episode 14 of Lupin Part 1. As far as we know. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive about that. But, yeah, they technically did work together. At least once. Japanese Week may have an answer. Yeah, maybe. I wonder if it's a telephone game. Yeah, it could be. Barely credit Takahata that they ever mentioned Dezaki more than once. No, they do. They have a couple of times. But this is just evidence that they, And do I demand that they talk about Dezaki every single article? I mean, they certainly do that for Miyazaki. They certainly do that most often for, pretty often for Tezuka. They seem to have been doing it every time for Satoru Akahori. Granted, based on a manga. Sure. But, that's a face I just made. Holy shit. I'd also give that they have kind of a mixed opinion about it. Antique film. I'd say it's dismissive. Again? Okay. Space. Dandy. They both worked on Little Nemo. At the same time, though? Was it at the same time? Because they both departed that project eventually. And they've been they kind of get brought up. They kind of get, moved to multiple times, Didn't know Dezaki worked on Lupin Part 1. I thought it was only Part 2 in those 5 TV specials. I don't even know if Dezaki did Part 2. I didn't know if he did, actually. Let me check. Not Part 3, you dummy. There we go. His name doesn't seem to show up on Part 2, but let me just double check something. To be fair, he might be listed as a pen name because they don't have. If you search Miyazaki, it doesn't show up, but his name is credited as Tsutomu Teruki. which is Miyazaki's pen name. So he could be listed under one of his pen names. If I see one that looks familiar. I don't really see one that it could be him. I don't know. I wouldn't care if they don't mention Miyazaki or other directors, but they don't stop talking about how great Miyazaki is. Technically, but they never worked on together on it. Okay, yeah. Those are the first tests. Yeah. Dandy. Handsome but clueless alien hunter Dandy. And yes, they have both seasons listed. Handsome but clueless alien hunter Dandy is a quiffy-haired spaceman, accompanied by an outmoded cleaning robot and a dim-witted cat-like Betelgeuse. He is supposed to chase after and register new alien species, but is much more interested in visiting every branch of Boobies, a memory-minded restaurant chain in space. Your mileage may vary. Period. Like one sentence. Not the whole thing, obviously. They keep going, but that's how they fucking start their analysis. Sheesh. Space Dandy has acquired an enthusiastic following among anime fandom, with any naysayers swiftly dismissed as sulking Cowboy Bebop aficionados, annoyed that Shichiro Watanabe's latest show is not a carbon copy of his most famous success. Okay. Cook? Look, I actually am not a big Space Dandy fan either, so I'm probably going to kind of agree with them here, whatever they're about to say. But still, it is really funny to be like, I'm not owned! I'm not owned! The naysayers are just dismissing us criticizers as Cowboy Bebop aficionados. I miss the old Watanabe. Oh my god. As comedy, it is certainly made with an appreciation that cliches are best rewarmed by confounding expectations, usually accomplished with throwaway sight gags. Reptilian alien boobs to taunt horny fanboys, for example. Like, haha, it's a reptile. You're not turned on now, are you? I you know, I'm not speaking from experience, but like, it's not how boobs work, man. Doesn't matter if they're reptilian. Or maybe it does for some people, and they're weirdly particular, but like... okay. Or a tragic lost lover who turns out to have been killed by her boyfriend's fiery breath rather than anything more malicious. That's not to say that the show doesn't have some clever ideas buried beneath its devil-may-care surface, much as Samurai Champloo bragged of its irreverence, while actually taking its inspirations very seriously. An episode that turns all the cast into zombies, for example, offers some intriguing riffs on pulp tradition, such as the consideration that being undead would allow one to leech off one's own life insurance. But Space Dandy's reduction to the absurd of the tropes and traditions of anime may have gone too far in its willful removal of any jeopardy. With an opening episode in which the entire cast is killed, only to be resurrected for episode 2, it taunts its audience with a prematurely available reset button. We've seen such things before, of course, in the likes of South Park and Tom and Jerry. But in Space Dandy, they come across like the apotheosis of anime's cavalier attitude toward plot and story. After 2 decades of remakes and reboots that trample on previous continuities... Where are they going with this? Space Dandy presents the complete absence of continuity as a fait accompli. Certain anime have often served as little more than hooks to hang some characters in as they bumble around, mug to the camera, and sell themselves in merchandise form. Space Dandy takes that to its logical extreme. What? A fun joke, perhaps, but surely a joke that can only work once before people tire of it. They don't even bring up the fact that every episode is made by a different person that like expresses their own style and has the likes of Sayo Yamamoto, Shingo Natsume, and Masaaki Yuasa. There's a Yuasa episode in this? Shinya Ohira is in this? What the fuck? Shingo Natsume is a big part of the show's tone. Sure, Watanabe played an important part, but even he said Natsume played a big role in the show's style. This really just comes across as them bitching that the show isn't like Cowboy Bebop, which is what they were saying, like, I'm not owned! I'm not owned! Oh my god. I haven't seen Space Dandy yet. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Can these guys just enjoy anything without needing to be high art? Look, it's hard for me to be, like, super whatever about this, because I also took kind of issue with how flippant the character Peril was. When he dies episode 1 and is just fine episode 2, I was pretty let down. I was pretty like, it kind of sucked my enjoyment out quite a lot. It made me hard. It was hard for me to care at that point. It was hard for me to care at that point. I still want to rewatch it. But the thing is, right? I was watching it alongside Space Adventure Cobra, Outlaw Star, and one other space-related thing. What was it? What the heck was it? What was it? Dang. I think I have a list of, like, anime I completed in 2018, which includes that group. I could look for that, but I don't know where it would be. I don't know if it's in here. No. Is it in my like their notes? There's like a notes file. Yeah. All the titles I complete in 2018, and this was last updated January 1st, 2019. Completed. Let me see. It's probably going to be listed with I cannot believe how much I watched in 2018. There's Space Dandy. Was it that? I'm sorry, I'm distracted about this. I have Space Dandy, Space Adventure Cobra. Michiko and Hachin. I actually watched Michiko and Hachin along with this. Yeah, because it's a Watanabe thing, and they were both Watanabe. I have my own logic and reasons for it. But, yeah, watching Dandy alongside those three shows, it was, my least favorite. I liked the other three a lot more. Even Outlaw Star, which I can understand is a little more typical or not particularly standout, I guess, maybe. I still enjoyed it more than Space Dandy. I gave Space Dandy a meh, I think. Like, I just wasn't into it as much. But, for them to say that, like, this generalization of anime, that, like, certain anime have often served as little more than hooks to hang some characters in as they bumble around, mug to the camera, and sell themselves in merchandise form. Can you imagine the fucking gut punch this is going to be for a video where I give them this quote, and I'm like, guess what anime they're talking about? Take a fucking guess. Really, I want you to guess. Space Dandy takes that to its logical extreme. Like, no way. No chance. You have got to be kidding me. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not the place. This just isn't what you're what are you talking about? These guys must despise Aqua Teen. Oh, maybe. I don't know. You can be a big fan of Cowboy Bebop and Space Dandy, like me. Like a lot of people, Greg, for sure. High Art is a little overrated. To be fair, I would have liked Space Dandy to have some more serious moments. It didn't ruin the show for me. I'm back. Thinking about the animation of VHS that was neither letterbox nor cropped, so you literally see the cells. Wow. Not having that Nausicaa VHS ripped online makes the most miserable. Oh. I could say that, just say that all movies are just overpriced book ads, but that would be moronic. Yeah. Yeah, not a great look, you guys. Oh my god. I'm gonna give that dismissive. A fun joke, perhaps. But surely a joke that can only work once before people tire of it. All right. I just want to double check that Ohira is one of those episode directors. Goro Taniguchi did a storyboard at least, but the episode directors are for the first season at least. I want to get Space Dandy 2 as well. They have it 2 pages, 2 different things. You have Shingo Natsume for 1 and 13, Sayo Yamamoto, Hiroshi Hamazaki, Ikuro Sato, Akemi Hayashi, Michio Mihara, Sotoyoma, Hiroshi Shimizu, Enyon Choi, Masayuki Miyagi, Hiroyuki Okuno, and Satoshi Saga. And then season 2, you have Masahiro Mukai, Seimei Kitakoro, Masaaki Iwasa, Takaki Wada, Kiyotaka Oshiyama, Hiroshi Shimizu, Sayo Yamamoto, again, Yasuhiro Nakara, probably some people again, multiple people again, Masato Miyoshi, Satoshi Saga, Atsushi Takahashi, and Shingo Natsume again. Where does Ohira? I think Ohira just animates something. Yeah, Shinya Ohira is on episode 3, and episode 3 was directed and storyboarded by Masaki Yuasa. Well, there you go. Never mind. Anyway. We shouldn't compare shows to other shows and evaluate them on those on their own merit. Anyways, compared to those 4 other shows, Space Dandy. Yeah, are you referring to me watching these shows together and having an opinion of like what I most enjoyed out of the 4 of them? I'm not really gauging on a I'm not like saying like they're right about Space Dandy in terms of like it being bad or something. You know, I obviously just need to rewatch it again and find the appreciation, you know? It's my L. As I said in my Naruto video. It's my fault. I like to think it's my fault. Base defense officer Tabo. $1991. Okay. Okay. No change. Space. Demon Daikengo. From 1978. It is not listed in the book. Let's just double check. Go back. Uchu. Uchu to you. Uchu. Uchu-machin. I don't see it. New entry. New outfit. Space Demon Daikengo. 1978. Okay. By the way, I forgot to mention this other French anime encyclopedia, not the one with volumes each decade, but a big wide book for me to see. I got nauseous over excluding macros for Robotech. So they don't list macros at all and they put Robotech. Nice. Nice. When did that come out? Carl Vinson. From 1988. Some weird history tangent. The show sounds cute though. It's like it's 45 minutes and they just adopt this alien family, adopts a human girl and goes out to find her family. Space Firebird. Probably 2022. There's a lot of the Taki name dropping in that book. Well, that's encouraging. You mean name dropping as in they say his name a lot, or name dropping as in they dropped to... I assume they mean that. 1980 Space Firebird. Oh my gosh. So there's so this is Phoenix. This is like Tezuka's Phoenix. And they mainly talk about the movie here. And it's directed by Taku Sugiyama. But then they also talk about 48-minute one-shots, like a 3-episode OVA. And the 3 directors for each episode is Rintaro, Toshio Harada, and Kawajiri. Like, holy shit. Incredible lineup there. On a Tezuka thing, you know? I now bind the Phoenix with the power of So then there's Uchuen. So there's Karma, Yamato, and Future. One's from 88. So the one from 88, Uchuhen, is from Kawajiri. And then Hiruto Hooen, Karma. That's Rintaro. And there's 3. It's not like a 3-episode OVA. It's like 3 separate installment OVAs. Even though you look at the covers and they have like similar artwork. And then Yamato chapter. Wow, that's interesting. Now I'm interested in Phoenix. O-O-N Yamato Hen Uchu Hen. Rintaro, Harada, Kawajiri. Space Family Karma's in the EV to that, so good. Awesome. I'm guessing they must have been fairly recent.
Also lets Daikon 3 and use screenshots used for 4. Looked up and looks and sounds cute. That's guy got them Ritz. Yeah. Okay. Just gonna check the 3rd edition. They do give a positive on it. On the movie. And then of course they added the series from 2013. From 2004. That was directed by Ryosuke Takahashi. Oh my gosh. It was co-produced by New York's WNET 13 PBS station. PBS show. PBS anime. Wiper. Hopper. 1965. Uh-huh. Yeah. Makes sense. No changes. Space Pirate Mito. That's 30 done. Thank you so much for keeping track, Kinoko. I really, really appreciate it. But they're making okay progress. 2:20 hour or at 2 hours 20 minutes. That's twice I failed. I have summoned the X-Men into a trap. I shut the defensive perimeter down for the wedding. Ah! I'm sorry. It's a X-Men 90s cartoon compilation that Screen Junkies made years ago. Space Pirate Mito is not in the 1st edition, as far as I can tell. It's from 1999. Okay, Uchu Kaizoku. Uchu Kaizoku. Uchu Kaizoku. Oh! Uchu Kaizoku Captain Harlock. Uchu Kaizoku Mito no Daiboken. Yep, there it is. It's on 379. Interesting. Changed, moved. Stellar Busters. To Space Pirate Mito. I'll read that here. I'll compare them now. A space pirate straight out of Tenchi Muyo. Oh, thanks for the mid-season spoiler. Great. Checking the 3rd edition now. Wait, what? Oh, they give more clarification. Interesting. They clarify the mid-season spoiler. Awesome. Oh, it changed, corrected, short to series of DVD extra shorts, not just one. And further detail on those. Hey, Roger and Bob showed up. Good to see you guys. Sorry, I've been focused on the project. Do you think the marketing strategy of anime and the VHS streamlined pictures Akira fad days are intertwined with that of video game too? Sure, probably. Because this Encyclopedia has parts with gaming magazine vibes to it. Yeah, certainly. They already covered Captain Harlock? Yeah, a while ago. In C. How's it going, gamers? I watched that nurse hentai they recommended for being a change of pace from CGI or whatever, and it was pretty bad. Well, at least you've gotten around to one of their recommendations. I haven't yet. I've been really meaning to start checking out some of the titles I'm now interested in to show that, like, it did have a positive impact on me, you know? I say I walked in on Tenchi Muyo. Ah! Halak was under Captain. Yep. Cool note. Naozumi's got the dub on YouTube. Weird proc. What's going on? Anybody have a counter on how many times they've mentioned Tenchi Muyo? Well, for women, we can give you a counter. All you have to do is search Tenchi Muyo. And they bring it up 91 times. 91 times! For an individual title, for an individual anime title, and like how many of those are in the Tenchi Muyo article? Look at this. How many of them are the Tenchi Muyo article? So there's the actual Tenchi Muyo part. Let's just quickly look. Of course they mentioned Urusei Yatsura. Ah! Oh my god, Bubblegum Crisis 2. Adventure Kid, oh my goddess. It's like a like a battle royale of their most talked about titles. I don't think they just kind of refer to it as Tenchi. So actually Tenchi Muyo, like if you don't count the article in itself, it's like 90 other mentions. It's so long, too. Look at that. Jeez. Anyway. This encyclopedia feels more and more written like an IGN gaming magazine. Yeah, fair. Gotta get at least 60 times by now. Not so much. Some dunking on Space Dandy. Oh yeah, the Space Dandy comment was insane. The Space comment. Oh my gosh, guys. So this comment here. Certain anime have often served as little more than hooks to hang some characters in as they bumble around, mug the camera, and sell themselves in merchandise form. Space Dandy takes that to its logical extreme. Unreal. Unreal.
A fun joke, perhaps, but surely a joke that can only work once before people tire of it. Wow. Aria, 7 out of 10, too much water. I watched these all the way to the letter S, and the only thing I watched as a rec was slave nurses. Thank you so much for watching all these, Bob. Wow, I'm really appreciative. And of course, everybody who's stuck around on the streams and stuff. They bring up TM more than stuff like Joe and Dragon Ball. Oh, yeah. I mean, fucking Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball has 47 mentions, which is pretty significant. That's quite a many of them. So much for Toonami going on national television. No mention of Love Hina, though. You're right. You're right. This is reminding me to finish Shino no O at some point. I'm glad I've been checking these streams. Without them, I would have known about Rizomine. Yeah. But which do they mention more? Tenchi Muyo, Urusei Yatsura, or Miyazaki? Miyazaki's not really that fair because he's going to show up a couple of times, like, credited in, like, the description, like, the credits part. But I know what you mean. Urusei Yatsura, though, Urusei Yatsura is 78 times. So a lot, a heck of a lot, but not as many as Tenchi. Not even close. I did watch Bintoton because they told me nobody cares. I cared. Yeah. You could say the same thing about Warner Brothers and Disney cartoons. Such a dumb comment. Yeah, Space Oddity isn't just jokes. I feel like they only watched the early episodes. Replace Miyazaki with Love Hina then. Okay, Love Hina. 29. Actually, not that many. Still a heck of a fucking lot. Way more than they probably should have, considering every single anime is listed in here. But still. Love Hina is less than Tenchi for sure. Yeah. I think that was everything. Yeah. Okay. I'm moving on to Space Pirate Sarah from 2008. Based on a porn game. Okay. So expect R-word, tentacles, and bestiality, as well as space piracy. Great. Because if I just read the synopsis, I wouldn't have known that this was porn. Just letting you know. Sarah Scorpion is out to find treasure. A treasure that will make her heir to the Imperial throne, the Sword of Bernstein. She's distracted by weapons of a different kind when she runs into a little trouble en route. I wouldn't have guessed that that was porn just based on that synopsis. Do you see what I mean? Anyway, I guess if I looked it up and then I'd find out soon enough. Whatever. Space runaway Ideon. Ideon. Here we fucking go. Then she wins. Oh yeah. Okay. Ideon. In 2400, the human race and the Buff clan are at war. I hate to stop you right there immediately. They are not just at war at the very beginning. They encounter each other and they get into a skirmish and create casualties, and then they start fighting. But to make it sound like the human race is at war with the Buff clan. Little narrow-minded here. Little generalization here. Not a good start. But one young pilot believes that peace can be made between the two enemies. Cosmo? Are you talking about Cosmo? Who are you talking about? Am I weird? Are they talking about Bess? His name's Bess, right? It's been a while. Are they talking about Bess? And there's no way they're talking about Carla, because she's not a human. She would be the one that makes the most sense, because she's the one that actually is, trying to remedy the two sides. but it's not a huge one young pilot. The only pilots would be Cosmo. Forget the girl. Apparently, at least according to Wikipedia, it says it begins in 2300. Not a big deal. Really not a big, not a big deal, but still. Okay. Wait, who's the girl? It's Cosmo. Okay, there's Gijay. Bess and who's the girl? God damn it. Not Cheryl. Like, Cheryl probably wouldn't be like, oh, I want us to be... She's not even a pilot. Kasha. I'm silly. It's Kasha. Okay. Kasha wouldn't want to, like, be... I think we can make peace. Like, what? What? What are we doing here? One young pilot believes that peace can be made between the two enemies. Meanwhile, humankind... Why can't we... Why... has one last line of defense? I don't think they've watched Ideon. No, this is not Ideon. Advanced war... Like, maybe I'm being actually about this, but no, it's actually pretty important that this is not just, like, some whatever, like... This makes it sound so fucking generic. Has one last line of defense. Advanced war machines retrieved from the destroyed colony world Solo, which can be combined into the super robot Ideon, piloted, of course, by children Cosmo Yuki, Kasha Imhoff, Cheryl Formosa, and Bess Jordan. Cheryl is not a pilot. Cheryl is not a pilot. I'm almost positive. She may have done it like a one-off or something. Like, she takes control, like, she gets the... But she never doesn't normally pilot it. Almost never. Devised by Yoshiyuki Tomino, in large part as a reworking of his popular Gundam? Did he say that? Did he confirm that? That was like, oh, this is I'm trying to do Gundam again. Really? Ideon had an even more outrageous main robot. It was formed from 3 giant trucks, Soul Amber, Soul Viner, and Soul Convert, each of which could become an independent war machine, Ideo Delta, Ideo Nova, or Ideo Buster, and was armed with massive quantities of weaponry, including a small black hole cannon. Any fan would call that serious play value, but the merchandising of Ideon never took off as Gundams did. 2 films followed in 1982, shown on the same double bill. The first was a digest of episodes 1 through 32. The second of episodes 35 through 38? Within 5 years, the coming of video... It's not even 38 episodes! They have it listed as 38 episodes. It's 39. It's 39. Within 5 years, the coming of video would make such movies much rarer. No, it wouldn't. Compilation movies because of OVAs? What is that? Do you guys think that's the case? That, like, within 5 years, the coming of video would make such movies much rarer? Like, they wouldn't make as many compilation movies? I don't think that's the case. And less popular with audiences. Witness the outrage at the discovery that much of the Evangelion Death and Rebirth double bill was recycled TV footage. Dude, that was trash. That Ideon article is garbo. Please, I'm about to read the 3rd edition. Please let it be different. Please do better than that. I just realized I skipped several... Okay, no, here it is. Never mind, I did not. Okay, here it is. Jesus Christ. No change. I'm just gonna start writing down the fucking, the odd choices now. Did they make Sarah walk the plank? I don't know. To be fair, most anime is kind of like Tenchi Muyo. Most anime had characters like Tenchi Muyo, hair like Tenchi Muyo, dialogue, etc.
They probably make her watch sometime someone's blank. Are they mixing this up with another show? I've not watched it on TV, and I can tell that they've not watched it. I gotta say, I saw this big black thing run across my room. I don't know if it was a roach or a mouse, but I ran the heck out of there. Good for you, bro. Tomio has always said Ideon is separate from Gundam. Oh my god. Made in Abyss's compilation movies. They never went away. Sheesh. This is probably one of the worst articles so far in terms of accuracy. Yeah, that was pathetic. Pathetic. I honestly think they just saw some screenshots and guessed the plot. I don't know. I assume that they take from, like, magazines, you know, or like, I don't know. I don't know what they did. What happened? What happened? Especially the fact that they didn't even fucking realize that Be Invoked is almost an entirely original movie. Oh my god. And like, oh, there are a lot of compilation films now, but maybe there were less during the 80s and 90s. That's probably true. I think that's a fair argument to make, for sure. But you're right. But like, there's even the inverse now, where we have movies that get turned into TV shows. Berserk Golden Age trilogy, or OVAs being turned into TV shows like Gundam: The Origin or Gundam Unicorn. I like how they do connect it to Ava, but in the dumbest way possible. Yeah. Oh my god. They do correct it that it's 39 episodes. They did add... Okay, they did change something. Hold on. That's good. I want to... I'll get there, but I just want to read the other stuff. Maybe later in the story, but that's not like a defining characterization. Like, what? Humankind has one last line of defense. Advance... Ugh. Ideon was excavated from an ancient race. And the Buff clan are trying to claim it. That's a huge deal. The whole point is that the Buff clan want the fucking war machine. They're not as at war with each other. The fuck? Piloted by Cosmo, Yuki, Kasha, Imhoff, Tekuno, and they changed it. Cool. Wait a minute though. Tekuno and Benko? But this makes their other stuff that they're saying even worse, because they actually did make adjustments to it, but it's still wrong. They said Cheryl and Bess Jordan. Who the fuck is Bento?
Isn't Techno the Techno's the little kid. Techno's is Cosmo's buddy, I think. Cosmo Yuki. Okay, Techno and Bento. Yeah, yeah. Moira soon replaces Bess as another pilot. Mm-hmm. I'll make sure I'll just put that in the first edition that they changed that. They did correct corrected pilots Cosmo, Kasha, Cheryl, and Bess to pilot Cosmo, Kasha, Tech, Kuno, and Bento. It had a compilation movie, so they're still doing it in the 90s. Anybody seen Pac Kong, some weird Donkey Kong bootleg with Idion on the cover? Yeah. Fleshy! Cry out again. Cry out against control. Interesting name they have there. Welcome to the stream. You don't seem like a familiar face. Oof. No mention of Kitty Kitten? No, of course not. That's too late in the show, Roger. They wouldn't have gotten to that point. Enlarge? Is that the same wording? Enlarge? Yeah. Devised by Tomino in large part as a reworking of his popular Gundam. How? No? How does that then explain Zabungle and Dunbine and Elgime? And then before Gundam, Daitarn and Zambot. The dude, it's so like easy to miss this, I think, because Gundam is so important and huge. But Tomino literally, that's all he did for like 6 years. Like every single year was a different story. Zambot, completely original. Zambot, Daitarn, Gundam, Idion, Zabungle, Dunbine, Elgime. And then 1985, fine. Gundam is finally popular enough. Zeta Gundam, sequel. Then Double Zeta. And I believe 87... Let's see what he was doing in 87. It wasn't Victory. I believe it was Counterattack at that point. Shai's Counterattack was 88, so like from 86 to 88, roughly. The iconic Sanrio character. I'm quoting the AVGN episode. I can't recall it well. I know, man. Side note, what was that Tsunami comment about? How? No? Bonus. Yeah, so they corrected it. But it's still very, like, offhand. Extremely offhand. With bonus footage. the second of the finale, with bonus footage from the canceled episodes 40 through 43. Within 5 years, the coming of video would make such movies much rarer and less popular with audiences. And I'm putting this in odd choices. Source? I would pay money to see these guys try to tie Garzy's wing to Gundam. It's like as a collective, they know every anime, but as individuals, they're kind of clueless. Did they say anything funny about Ideon? They said quite a few things about Ideon, yes. You can see with the, all the wrong things. And the problem is that they actually corrected 2 of them. They actually corrected 2 issues with the first edition, and they still had all this weird shit. You know, them referring to Be Invoked as bonus footage is even worse somehow. Yeah. Did you know that End of Ava is actually a recap of episodes 25 and 26, but with bonus footage? Yeah. Funny how it works. Someone's always got it worse. Space Sagittarius. Yes. Very disappointed in that article. God. Charming little fantasy series, 77 episodes. Alright. Sounds cute. Little? Anyway. That's from 1986. Let me check the first edition. Nope, no change. Space Travelers. From 2000. In the first edition. Cheap and derivative. Though the producers would argue that this was at least part of the plan. It began as a throwaway gag on Katsuyuki Motohiro's popular live-action movie Space Travelers, in which a Tokyo bank robbery goes disastrously wrong. As the police surround the building, the staff and hostages volunteer to help the robbers bluff their way out. Each is given a code name based on characters from the robber's favorite cartoon, a non-existent show called Space Travelers, hence the ridiculously large cast of anime archetypes. Scraps of animation were made as inserts of the original movie and are reused here, hence the strange pacing of the overlong opening credits that were not originally intended to be shown in this manner. The plot is a tired succession of fight scenes, a ludicrous transformation sequence, and an in-joke as the crew flies past the ruins of the Fuji TV building. An afterthought following the movie's success, this was reputedly inspired by Motohiro's love of Star Blazers, Gundam, and Evangelion, though in execution, it is a pale imitation of the 1970s hacksploitation of Cowboy Bebop. You're literally trying to be like, well, this is no Cowboy Bebop. Are you fucking kidding me? Get over here. Like, get real. Come the fuck on. Let them just have their own funny, silly little fucking thing. It's no Cowboy Bebop. And all too obviously a product of the terminally low budgets of many 1990s anime. They keep bringing this up so often. Low budgets of 1990s. So often. And sure, there's something to be said about that, but like, every time... Ironically, it was Motohiro's previous film, Bayside's Shakedown, that was said to have sounded the death knell for anime. What? Ironically, it was Motohiro's his live-action movie, the live-action director for Space Travelers. It was his earlier Bayside Shakedown that was said to have sounded the death knell for anime. Not understanding its appeal to the teen audience, certain producers backed away from making shows for that age group, only to discover that Motohiro's follow-up was just that. What are they talking about? What were they talking about? Yeah, I got the impression this encyclopedia was a reflection of the fandom at the time and the abundance of touchy movie all over made me realize it was the first harem to have a national audience reach the US. Most anime used to be relegated to select 10 retail stores or limited regional channels. RE4 remake is just a recap with bonus footage. Isn't the Contact the recap part? Yes, recap. A Contact is nothing but recap. Tenchi Muyo's and to be fair, Be Invoked is partially recap as well. It's the first, I'd say the first 15 minutes of the, like, how long is that movie? Hold on. So Be Invoked is 100 minutes long. It's nearly 2 hours. It's an hour and 40 minutes. And I would say that you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but like it has maybe 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes of recap from previous episodes. And that's just to like give you the context and like the, you know, the build up to it. You know, you're not just dropped in media res, basically. But the rest of the movie's original. Including the opening scene. The opening scene is original as well. Do they think Be Invoked is recap too? It's partially, but like 15% recap. Not that much. Not everything can be Bebop. Come on, guys. Man, they really hate any anime that doesn't look like a Ghibli film. Are they making this up? I don't know where they're getting it from. Some article, I don't know. Let me read the third edition. Like, let me read you the synopsis of this. And just keep in mind that they're like, though its execution is a pale imitation of the 1970s hacksploitation of Cowboy Bebop, and all too obviously a product of the terminally low budgets of many 1990s anime. Plucky hero Hayabusa Jetter, his ingenue sidekick Irene Bear, muscle mount... Let me fucking give you the visual for this too, because it's like... Look at this. Like, like, of course it's not fucking Cowboy Bebop. Like, this is okay. That's just... But, like,
Plucky hero Hayabusa Jetter, his ingenue sidekick Irene Bear, Muscle Mountain Crush Bomber, slimy Chinese trader Hoi, slinky femme fatale Gold Papillon, boomerang throwing kid Black Cat, unstoppable space samurai Dragon Attack, mechanic Electric Sunny, and funky cyber hipster Carl Hendricks fight to restore the honor of planet Earth after an apocalyptic interstellar incident. A parody of the giant robot space operas of the 1980s with homages to Star Wars and Star Trek thrown in. Space Travelers is cheap and derivative, though the producers, yeah, it's like... Ugh. Ugh. I still remember that opening scene. Yeah. Just check Japanese wiki, no mention of whatever the hell they're talking about. Are the One Piece recap movies worth watching? I haven't seen any of the ones that are directly recap, like Episode of East Blue, Chopper's one. Chopper's is weird though because it's his introductory arc, but it has Frankie and Robin in it. I haven't seen it, so I mean, it could, sure. And like Luffy goes Gear 2, I think, so it's as if it takes place after Enies Lobby. But it's Chopper's introduction. Like they meet him for the first time. It's weird. But it sounds weird. I'm sorry. I haven't seen it yet. One of the most memorable ones as far as anime films go. Absolutely. I've seen late 90s anime, looks amazing. 90s anime released in 2000. Ah! Ah! Fuck. I'll write that down for sure. Made in 2000. All right. I'm not even gonna write that part about the Motohiro, the death knell for anime. I'm not even gonna. I don't even know what they're talking about. And then they did add something to this. Motohiro himself would achieve significantly greater anime success with his later Psycho Pass. Yeah, the director of Psycho Pass. The fuck? Okay. The Bourne movies are just pale imitations of James Bond. Yeah. Did they write Big Booba for Senran Kagura? Yeah. Yeah. They do have nice new animation as long as you don't use them as a substitute for the real thing. Missed that one. That is weird. Them's fighting words, sir. What? No mention of Gen? No, I mean, they're just mentioning Psycho Pass offhand. I don't know if they... Of course they mentioned Gen Urobuchi for Psycho Pass. Let me double check, but I'm almost positive they did. Because Gen is another one that they mention a lot.
Whenever he gets, whenever he's there. Yeah, Gen Urobuchi. Sound familiar? Gen Urobuchi, already riding high on his scripts for Madoka Magica, lifts elements of Minority Report and a textbook on social ethics for this dark, confrontational sci-fi thriller. Space Warriors. Space Warriors from 1980. Why are all these articles so long? They seem to spoil the ending to that. Like, significantly. I just realized something. Let me read you this article for Space Warriors with the context of their Space Runaway Idion article. Think about their Space Runaway Idion article, and let me read you Space Warriors, or Baldios. This is what they just listed it as Space Warriors, but it's Uchu Senshi Baldios. Marin Reagan, a native of planet S1, flees a radioactive atmosphere and the persecution of dictator Gatler, making his way to Earth. Gatler and the S1 armies are on their way to take over the planet as a replacement for their hopelessly polluted homeworld, and Marin joins the team working to defend Earth from alien attack as the pilot of super robot Baldios. Earth and S1 are fated to come into final conflict, and the love-hate relationship between Marin and Aphrodisia, commander of the S1 forces, will finally be resolved. The show went off the air with another 8 episodes to go, leading to protests from Japanese fans. The partly completed finale was assembled with some new footage from Tokyo Ashita to make a movie release, Space Warrior Baldios, showing the last battle between Getler's spaceship, Aldebaran, and the Earth satellite base Blue Fixer under Commander Tsukikage. Gatler offers Aphrodisia the chance to avenge her dead brother by killing Marin, but she can't do it and commits suicide. The ensuing battle destroys both armies and their weapons, and Marin, the sole survivor, is left to return to a devastated Earth with the body of the woman he truly loved. A 98-minute version of the movie was screened in Japan and is also available on video in the US. So they completely spoil the ending for this movie because it's available in the US. Because they have access to it. Only reason they don't bring up Idion be invoked, or discuss its significance, or its ending, is because they just didn't have it. But they're perfectly willing to spoil the entire ending of this movie. And I'm sorry I had to spoil it for you here. But again, it's to show you the contrast. I got swasted yesterday. I have to laid off. So they more about this than Idion. Yeah, because it was available in English. Yes, I had a lot of fun, but I'm scared of possible repercussions. Hopefully nothing comes from it. Was it during a stream or something else? I hope you're okay, Holy Pig. Space Cateers from 1978. Couple of bars.
I just had a kind of a naughty thought. What if I asked ChatGPT to give me a synopsis of Space Runaway Ideon? I mean, to be fair, it would just scrape whatever's on the internet and obviously give a decent answer, but still, makes you think. I think they got the episode count wrong for Baldios. Oh yeah? I mean, I would have no idea. I would have no idea. But yeah, for Baldios, they have 31 25-minute episodes. And at least Kitsu has Baldios at 34. Yeah. Slightly incorrect. Isn't Space Keepers that anime that concluded as a Saturday morning cartoon? I guess. Oh, I don't drink that much, so I wouldn't know. I don't drink. I just looked it up right now. Swasted means they were drinking. Ah. Ah. even the the comment afterwards, yes, I had a lot of fun, but I'm scared of possible repercussions. Hopefully nothing comes from it. It still makes you think that he means swatted. But yeah. I think I think because ANN and ADB are giving me conflicting info. The hell? Weird. Let me see what's listed over here. So there's the movie. And the TV series, hard subbed, is 34. It's listing 34 episodes. Yeah. Me and alcohol don't go well. I always get a massive headache. I refuse to drink because of certain family members. I thought Baldio's TV series was on SD Blu-ray in the US, though. Or was that the movie? I think both. I would imagine both. But even as of 2001, it was available. Even literally as the first edition in 2001, before the SDBD, it was available in English. At least the movie was. A 90-minute version of the movie was screened in Japan and also available in the US. I got headaches naturally, so mine today is just an average Friday. List the last 3 episodes as specials for some reason. Weird. Oh well. Space Cateers. Okay. Doesn't seem to have any changes. Spaceship Aga Ruther. I also don't drink, by the way. Partly for family members, but also I just don't like the taste.
They only have the movie in the related tab. I thought this maybe was part of an 80s. Yep, they mentioned that as part of Force 5. Lead of drinks. Okay, Space Agarutha. This is from 1998. Oh my god, there's so many. Yep, here it is. Oh, okay. It's boring. Made by the thinly disguised cast and crew of the Tenchi Muyo series. Ah! Dismissive. Force 5 actually sounds interesting. It's like Robotech, yeah. Titolar... Titolaler? Teetotalers. Teetotalers unite? Does that mean non-drinkers? Is that a term for non-drinkers? I have no idea. Like I've said, I don't really have anybody hang out with these shape streams or my night out. Ah. Hope you mean some good our people too, man. They should make a new Robotech accessory with that thing. JJK, Tokyo Avengers, and Demon Slayer, and just so Gen Z gets the feel of what mecha fans went. No, that wouldn't really work nowadays, because when Force 5 and Robotech and all that would come out, Robotech is a special case because that was right on the border when people were starting to figure out, oh shit, this is like, this is what's going on, you know? But Force 5 back then, no clue, not an iota, no idea. But nowadays you could never get away with that. Looked up, never mind like Japanese companies just wouldn't permit it, you know? Back then they kind of didn't care as much apparently. Look this up on Mal, and it's from the creator of Tenchi. Yeah. They still call it reheated leftovers. Let me double check. Nope. No change. Alright. Finally done with space! Yay! Sparkling Phantom from 1990. Teetotalers is a term for someone who doesn't drink. Probably an age term now. Society just calls us boring. Hey! The anime adults from really killed off the heavily edited anime dub for the better. Mm-hmm. Oh, great. That short articles like this, man, always get under my skin. Like, what are we even doing here? This is all they say about it. This sci-fi fantasy about a Japanese girl who is transported to an alternate world populated by fairies was based on a manga by da 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 da. Da. What? That's it? All right. And I get it. It's only 45 minutes. Like, sure. Like, not much to say. Okay. But, like, they've had a lot to say about other stuff that's been shorter than that. Just saying. Not that it has to equate to, like the length of the show or whatever, but, like, still. I'm just gonna double check the... Here it is. Yeah, that's it. No change. Spectral Force, 1998. Oh, Sparrow's Hotel. I'm sorry. Ooh. Sparrow's Hotel from 2013. Finally, the 3rd edition article. Another dig at Slice of Life. We're compiling the evidence. Much of the comedy relies on the premise that an everyday anime is taken as seriously and dramatically as a thriller with deadly stakes over whether or not the management Snoop will uncover incompetence among the chambermaids, and whether or not anyone needs to kill the difficult customer in room 103. As if the cast of Ninja Scroll were left to run faulty towers. An unbroadcast 13th episode was for the DVD. Reminder Boku no Pico had an article that spanned multiple pages. That Sparking Phantom was a BL. Just show them before 4 Kids One Piece. There it is! Hey! 4 Kids One Piece! Yay! Someone mentioned it. What's poppin'? Hello, Cozy. As if movies don't do the same thing. Honestly, I think it was also that there's not as much money in TV these days. Editing a show like One Piece took so much time and money, better off just airing it uncut for adults. Even Disney XD shipping him was a tall task. That's 40, I think we're slowing down. Yeah, we are, I'm sorry. It's because there's so many big articles, they're so thick. And I have to keep comparing them to the 1st edition because there's a lot of old ones. But I think hopefully we can run through a couple. But thank you again for counting. Sparrow Hotel is nothing like Ninja Scroll. It's a poorly animated comedy short. Well, that's an easy pick. We know that one pretty well. Geek Sensei is also really bad. Okay. Spectral Horse. 1998. I see Spirited Away. On this I just turn the page and I see it on the other page. We're almost there. This heroic fantasy has fighters duel for supremacy in the world of Neverland with no relation to Peter Pan and Wendy, featuring copious computer graphics. It is based on the Spectral Force video game. They do add something. Added... note that the Japanese katakana title is more logically read as Spectral Phase, but the English letters on the box insist otherwise. Added bit about
localization nonsense. Like, okay, sure. Spectre. 1991. No relation to the James Bond movie. It's a replay of the events of Japan's 16th century Civil War, but with bikes instead of horses and knives instead of swords. No change. Speed Grapher. 2005. Thank you for a 3rd edition article. Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions. I just like scrolled to like read more because this is Speed Grapher and it's literally just the synopsis, and then I turn and that's it. They don't even give you anything else. They just gave synopsis. Is this based on something? No, it's an anime original. There was a light novel and a manga. It's like kind of spin-off. Sheesh. Okay. Focus lost money on One Piece due to all the edits. Yeah, they were saying stuff about early morning broadcast standards are different, and I know they were beholden to FCC. However, they'd also do stuff like edit the spines off of books when they didn't have to. Special Force was terrible. The book edits were to make it easier on the non-English localizers using the dub. Speed Grapher is on the IFC channel in the States. That series is massive in Japan. It's like 10 games. So Alcon going to that panel saying kids don't like to read wasn't his reasoning after all? Nothing like steamed clams. Yum. Steamed clams. That was an answer for why they didn't localize manga. A dumb comment, but people take it out of context. Have you seen the anime though? Mid-tier hentai are animated better. Better than Speed Grapher or Spectre? Or Spectral Force? Not familiar. No, I just know Japan loves this thing. Okay, anyway. Speed Racer! Mach go go go. Mach go go go. Can't wait to see what they have to say about this one. Okay. Go Mifune, Speed, is a young racing driver for his father Daisuke's Pops Racer, Mifune Motors team, nameless in the US version. His mother Aya, Mom Racer, irritating kid brother Kuo, Spriddle, and pet monkey Senpei, Chim Chim, all work on the team along with Go's girlfriend Michi, Trixie, and mechanic Sabu, Sparks. Go's success and the superb engineering of his racing car, the Mach 5, lead other jealous racers to try and put a spanner in the works. But they are foiled by the mysterious masked racer, Racer X, who also fends off master criminals and foreign spies. Of course, they spoil Speed Racer. The series contained a surprising amount of violence, even though it's kind of... I mean, you guys know the spoiler if you've seen the Wachowski movie, but still. The series contained a surprising amount of violence and tension, and it had all the technical limitations of 1960s TV animation. But since distributors K Fujita had successfully sold Marine Boy
to US company Translux, it had a ready market for this new product. Accepted by many of its fans as an American product from the first American's TV screening in 1967, Speed Racer amended the Japanese original considerably. Actor-writer Peter Fernandez was entrusted with the task of toning down the Japanese version for US consumption, and he entrusted that no Speed Racer villain was ever killed by amending the scripts and inserting shots of stunned bad guys with cartoon planets and stars circling their heads. A revival in MTV led to the making of a new 13-episode series, The New Adventures of Speed Racer, by Fred Wolf Films in 1993. This really was an American cartoon. A proposed live-action feature film didn't get beyond concept stage. Guess what's gonna change in the 3rd edition? But 1994 brought us Speed Racer the movie, a compilation of 2 series episodes with an episode of Colonel Bleep interspersed with classic animated TV commercials of the 1960s to bulk out the running time to 80 minutes. Speed would also appear in a commercial for Volkswagen and a music video for Ghostface Killah. He returned to Japan, this time to TV Tokyo, in a 34-episode 30th anniversary remake in 1997, with Pops renamed Daisuke Hibiki and new character Mai Kazami, photographer and love interest, along with her brother Wataru, Brat. The final season neglected the racing plot in favor of time travel. After hitting 555 kilometers while trying to outrun a tornado, Speed is catapulted through time to the year 2555, when the world is ruled by the evil dictator Handler. With his car newly converted to a fully operational time machine, Speed and the gang set off in search of the Ezekiel Wheel, an energy source that can change the future. Okay. I was talking about Spectral Force. Fair enough. I usually hate being mean, but as an Arabic French manga reader, the English release of Shonen Jump titles look like food restaurant logos using that PewDiePie's Let's Play font. Demon Slayer's English Viz manga logo looks like Pizza Hut. I think that is revealed pretty soon after the character appears. Oh, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. It's still like an identity reveal, and they do that a lot in the Encyclopedia. And I can never gauge whether that's like an early on thing or a mid-season thing. At the end, I have no idea. Although, like, revealing it to be this and that, I don't know if that's a part of the initial premise that you need the core information of, or is it something that they're actually spoiling? You can never fucking tell. Speed has some fun PS2 games. I like that time people were ragging on CinemaSins for being like, why is there fighting in the Speed Racer movie? And then cut to all the fighting in the old anime? Yeah. Crap geezer. The old lady at Borders wanted to know what manga I got, and I ran away from her to get my dad to buy it. I always feel kind of bad for that. How goes the expedition? It goes, Rider Strike. Coop. We've been going for 3.5 hours. I'm gonna end on Spirited Away, which is close. But I've been trying to do the entire S zone, as you call it, in the month of May. So I've been able to reliably stream every Tuesday-ish or Friday-ish. There's been some, but 2 times a week, every week for 3 weeks, just on S. And I have 3 more streams to do after this one to finish S. And after S, we're taking a break. After S, is a time skip. I can't believe they don't mention Will Smith wearing Speed Racer t-shirts and Fresh Prince. Yeah.
My fam didn't care about stuff like that as long as it didn't have sex or gore. It was fine. Anyway, let's check out the third edition. They probably added some stuff. Okay. Okay. Pretty odd choice here. Left in a proposed live action feature film didn't get beyond concept stage. Yet do mention the Wachowski film. What? What? Ayo, what? Added mention of '07 live action movie. Mock Girl 2008. You guys fucking gotta be kidding me. I don't know whether to put this in negative or dismissive. I'm putting it in negative. Disappointing. How? 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 How do they do this? No. Seemingly produced in order to cash in on the Wachowski siblings' disappointing Hollywood movie adaptation the same year. Takashi Yamada's Mock Girl is a 26-part series of spin-off shorts, each 3 minutes long, in which sexy motorcycle ape Lip enters races on her amazing pink three-wheel bike Mach 3. The look is astonishingly reminiscent of Hanna-Barbera's Wacky Races, with our heroine as the Harajuku take on Southern Belle Penelope Pitstop. The character style is fascinating, with many similarities to advertising illustrations of the 1960s, showing influences from artists such as Margaret Keane and Rune Naito. I'm not going to put it as a positive, they just say the style is fascinating. Oh yeah, you're pretty far along. Good job. Looking forward to Expedition Shippuden. Oh, we're in Expedition Shippuden. It's been we've been in this for so long. I've had multiple like long stretches of not doing this, so this is more the finale. I don't know what to compare it to anime wise. To ref on your Shippuden comment, it's more like it's like a third core, you know, like an anime, like if Bungo Stray Dogs gets like a second season, of Hero Academia, third season, fourth season, fifth season, kind of like that. I'd like to think. It was weird. My mom didn't care much about Luffy's big bloody fist on Volume 8, but crap geezer is a big no-no. I know there's a Speed Racer direct-to-DVD animated movie after the live-action movie came out. Must have left the old Speed Racer movie paragraph by mistake. I guess they must have been different. They should clarify that. Weird, my mom didn't care about swears.
I thought the Wachowski film was 2008. Whatever, sorry. I thought it was 2007. Okay, it's 2008. Sure. They do say it's of the same year, so... Alright, fine. I thought it was 07. Dude, the film was great. I know Wacky Races is really popular in Japan. Space Dandy actually parody it, now that I think of it. It might have even inspired Mario Kart. The Expedition New Generations Boruto. Yeah, something like that. I'm out. Thought you just started. Was surprised when I saw the time. Oh, yeah. It's good to see you, though, RC Filmworks. Came into the Speed Racer movie expecting a DV Evolution style train wreck. Was pleasantly surprised. Yeah. It's a good one. It's a good one. Again, because of that material. I don't think that would work for every anime, obviously. But I think it was a very pitch perfect for Speed Racer. Okay. Spelunker Sensei. Spelunker Sensei. Spelunkers have been using the name Spelunkers since the 1940s. Like otaku, it's a term taken from more elevated language. Its roots are in Latin and Greek, given a new usage as a self-claimed badge of honor, and often regarded as a form of ridicule by non-aficionados. Serious cavers consider spelunkers deluded and dangerous amateurs. Aside from interesting etymological coincidence, this show illustrates how a niche product can be exploited long after its original release thanks to new technology. Build a loyal following no matter how small, and providing you can keep your costs low, you can monetize it for years, even generations. Compared to Excel Saga, another comedy with a leading character who periodically drops dead and resurrects. Okay. I'm actually kind of interested in this one. It's only 30 minutes, but it's like a flash thing. I don't know. It's up to... And also, I just have a thing, like a... I now have like an interest in caves. Because I still remember my time at Mammoth Caves National Park. I worked there for about a month with AmeriCorps. And now I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm fucking obsessed with the caves and the depths. Came into this... Yeah. I recall hearing about Spelunker on the Weeb Crew episode, and I was reminded about when I first heard of the game a couple years ago. That was a fake made-up game. Then I realized the term Spelunker was so old. The anime is a parody of an old Famicom game. No, they mentioned that. They mentioned that the nihilistic black comedy flash animation is based on an online comic strip by Irem Software Engineering, a long-running cult favorite in Japan. It, in turn, was inspired by Tim Martin's 1983 Atari video game Spelunker, a notoriously difficult game with an absurdly weak central character. Caves sound really scary, at least in real life. Sure, it's hard, you know, it's all about context. They can be. They certainly can be. Ooh. Spice. And Wolf. I am making sure all my freelance stuff is done before even touching Zelda. That's fair. That's a good plan. But I think he also realized that, like, you'll get more freelance work and still want to have... You'll be in the middle of Zelda, because Zelda's going to take up so much time. Zelda's such a big game. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Spice and Wolf. I actually can speak on this one for what... Actually, because I just finished watching it a couple months ago. Like a month ago, I think. Just about. In one of those non-specific fantasy worlds that's a bit like Europe in the Middle Ages, but with some modern attitudes and manners, 25-year-old Kraft Lawrence is a peddler who makes his living traveling from town to town, buying and selling portable goods. Outside the town of Pazro, I just realized this is spelling correct. It's 2011, and yeah, I just read speech rights. We're good. Sorry. Outside of town of Pazro, he finds a naked girl sleeping in his cart. She looks and behaves like a 15-year-old with pointy ears, a fluffy tail, and a penchant for nudity. But is really a penchant for nudity? I mean, you just said she's naked, but whatever. But is really a centuries-old pagan wolf goddess named Holo. For unexplained reasons, the villagers worship this predatory being as the goddess of harvest. Unexplained reasons? They explain it! Huh? Am I wrong, guys? Don't they explain that the reason they worship is because they didn't know how to long ago they didn't know how to cultivate crops, and so the wolf helped them and they made a deal, and then eventually they kind of figured it out and they don't need the gods anymore, and that's why she's lonely? Like, what? For unexplained reasons, the villagers worship this predatory being as the goddess of harvest, and despite the complete disconnect between wolves and agriculture, is that what they're hung up on? Because she's a wolf, like, what does she have to do with agriculture? Come on, guys. Are you kidding me? Whatever. She's a fucking god. She's a talking goddess wolf. She can be, sure. Well, that sounds kind of weird. Pagan gods don't usually do that. As if they exist. Anyway. Oh, God. Holo has kept the town supplied with good wheat harvest for years. But now she feels the townspeople have lost belief in her, and she wants to go back to her northern homeland. Although as a wolf goddess she ought in theory to be able to walk back into the wild when it suits her, she chose to wait for some human to come along and provide transport and company. Yeah, they just don't like the premise. Yeah, I think they're completely taken off guard on the premise. And as she and Lawrence set off on the road together, her ancient wisdom helps him to cope with currency fluctuations and major economic problems, compared to archenemy and hero. But despite living as a local goddess for many years, now she's on the move, there could be serious trouble with the church. The above synopsis of Spice and Wolf should convince you that this show requires suspension of disbelief on multiple levels. How about just one? That it's fucking fiction? It's a fictional world? Like... Seasoned anime viewers are accustomed to the moral flexibility that accepts an underage girl as merely the current form of a mature woman capable of adult choices. Correct me again if I'm wrong. Do they ever mention her age? Are you just projecting that she looks 15 to you? Or is that a codified thing in the show where it's like, I like to turn myself into a 15-year-old girl. Specifically 15. Like, is that just a you thing? You really have to take into that into consideration. I'm not even making the argument like, I'm an ancient 100 years old, 1,000-year-old lolly or something. I'm not even making that argument. I'm literally just like, you did not get that age from the context of the show. You are making a judgment call. I'm not reading the comments yet, sorry. Seasoned anime viewers are accustomed to the moral flexibility that accepts an underage girl as merely the current form of a mature woman capable of adult choices. Or petite women exist. The fuck? They also know how very, very often nudity is an absolutely essential character tool rather than mere fan service. Are you being sarcastic? it's not even that big of a deal if I'm being honest with you. It really isn't. Like, yeah, she's naked in the OP or whatever, and it seems like a big deal, but it's just not. She's almost never, like, you think of the whole span of the 26, the 213 episodes. Is it 25 or 26? I think it's 25. I think the second season's 12 and the first is 13. I don't know. You think of the majority, the vast amount of time when she's naked, it's incredibly minimal. To the point where, and it's treated in such a non-titillating way that, like, it just seems like a pragmatic, like, I don't know. It just doesn't, I don't think it's a point to bring that up. Despite its being overwhelmed, they also know how very, very often, nudity is an absolutely essential character tool. And I'm not even trying to be like, oh, it's fundamental to her character. No, I'm just saying it doesn't show up that often. It's not that big of a deal. Rather than mere fan service. And also, it's just not that great fan service. The show is not a looker. Honestly, the show, Spice and Wolf, not animated all that amazingly. And so, like, almost none of the time is any of the fan service feel that titillating because it's just not working that way. It's not effective in that regard. So it's more just a narrative that's like, accept, like, okay. Despite its being overwhelmingly more commonly required of female characters than male ones. Uh-huh. Okay. Sure, I guess if Kraft Lawrence was naked at one point, then maybe you'd like the show more. I don't know. Would you, though? Would it really matter? Here, though, the mythological, metaphysical, religious, and economic intricacies and flexibilities are considerable, too. The plot lines are well crafted, and the relationship between the two main characters is convincingly developed, despite heading toward sex with the inevitability of all relationships between a 15-year-old girl and 25-year-old man traveling together through a socially accommodating universe. Again. Maybe I'm gonna read the fucking comments now. Is she? 15-year-old. Does anyone think that's how she looks? They explain it in like the first episode. They do. Oh, I have to go back and watch Spelunker Sensei. 18 at the youngest. It was made by Micrographic and games like that are why I'm not the biggest fan of Punch-Out. This is like a ninjas don't wear bright orange tier criticism. I'm pretty sure they made that criticism, Roger. I'm almost positive they did. It feels like they did. I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm not great with games either. She also says that she forgot the way to her village. Oh my god! She's a little wolf inside a girl. I think she's implied to be at least 100. He physically aged is never mentioned in the show. Her physical age. If they think this anime needs suspension, these guys would have a fit if they actually watched One Piece. Feels like they don't emphasize Spelunker's meme status enough. The DVD comes with this commentary track with voice actors. That's like an hour long and they got some big names on it. But no, people usually cite Spice and Wolf as an example of adult romance in anime. They barely acknowledge anything other than Miyazaki. I've seen two anime where a character looked like a little girl but is actually older than she looks. They got filtered. And she doesn't have nipples, if I remember correctly. Exactly! The nudity complaints feel like they're from the 1950s. They make this sound like an ecchi series. They don't draw nipples. Spice Wolf doesn't even have nipples. They're making this out like as if Lupin III with its nudity or something. She's not 15. Why are they stuck on this point? That's not true. I recall Tensei Okamura talking about nudity in Mecha, and he included the nude Ken fight scene in the first episode of Kuromukuro to showcase that kind of openness and defenselessness. Action scenes are well handled and art is adequately cute. Debatable for me, but yeah, that's fine. Mixed. Definitely mixed. The story of the first series takes in the first two Spice and Wolf novels by writer Isuna Hasekura and artist Ju Ayakura, which appeared in 2006. The two stories are linked on the DVD release by Wolf and a Tale of Happiness, a filler episode never aired in Japan but inserted as episode 7 of the DVD series. A further unaired episode, Wolf and the Amber-Colored Melancholy, was added to the DVD release of the second TV series as episode 0. The second TV series derives from the books 3 and 5 of the original novels. Mixed. Requires suspension of disbelief on multiple levels. Plot lines are well crafted. Relationship is convincingly developed despite heading toward sex with the inevitability of all relationships between a 15-year-old girl and 25-year-old man. You know what's worse about that quote? It's, oh, this relationship's definitely heading towards sex. Holo does at one point suggest having sex with him to have a baby. And he definitely turns that down, not because of the age difference, but because she is a wolf. She is a wolf goddess, and he is a human being. That is the weird part. Not so much age. The age is not confirmed. That's the other thing. Still. Okay. And behaves like a 15-year-old. Seasoned anime viewers are accustomed to the moral flexibility that accepts an underage girl as merely the current form of a mature woman capable of adult choices. Inevitability of all relationships between a 15-year-old girl and 25-year-old man traveling together through a socially accommodating universe. I forgot to put actions. These are well handled and shit. Lawrence ain't no furry. Good guy. Anime fans went age gap. He turned her down at the time because she was doing it in desperation. That as well. That as well. But also... oh, it looks like she's in her early 20s anyway. Yep. And certainly does not act like a 15-year-old. Like, can we acknowledge that too? They say that she looks and behaves like a 15-year-old girl. I don't think they watched it. Even they clearly did, but like, she literally acts like hundreds of years old. I think the way that she acts, it's not just her putting on a front of like, I'm hundreds of years old. Like, yeah, she can be funny and cute or whatever, but she does talk in a wise way, in a way that like feels aged and seasoned. I have problems with actual extreme age gap romances, but this is really reaching. This reminded me that I thought Inuyasha was a girl when I was new to anime. Fair. I also thought that. To them, petite woman is lolly. Yeah, she definitely feels like the older person in that relationship. They also said she gave him ancient wisdom. Right, like they said that she gave him the ancient wisdom. I guess behave like a 15-year-old girl almost has some credence. Kind of, because she's a little bratty. I guess. She is funny and cute, not cute and funny. I like the nuance. I like the distinction. Yes. Funny, I thought Inuyasha was a boy mostly because of the demon powers. Oh man. Where did I write that? Oh, odd choices. Why did I write that in dismissive? Dummy. Speed racer. Speed racer. Okay. That's you projecting? Ugh. Okay, so the books do describe her as having the build of a petite teen, and the spin-off series is definitely lolicon slanted a lot more. Well, as a little kid, I thought Arnold from Hey Arnold was a girl with his shirt, and he wore a skirt. But then I'm glad the anime cut that out, but let's face it, I doubt these guys knew that. 15-year-old girls have over 100 years worth of wisdom unbeknownst to anyone but the anime Encyclopedia writing staff. Didn't you know? 4 hours, by the way. I am so sorry. We're gonna move on. Soon enough. As soon as I make sure. I think there was another thing that was annoying me. Yeah. Despite the complete disconnect between wolves and agriculture. Are we really splitting hairs here with this one? Although, as a wolf goddess, she ought, in theory, to be able to walk back into the wild when it suits her. She forgot the way? They also seasoned anime viewers also know how very, very often nudity is an absolutely essential character tool rather than mere fan service.
despite its being overwhelmingly more commonly required of female characters than male ones. Out of pocket. Doesn't even have nipples. Ever naked. I mean, some women have youthful personality, how sometimes act young at heart. It's so weird. Why are they dropping all these grievances at the feet of Spice and Wolf? They just snap at some articles. Yeah, I don't get it. They just have bones to pick with certain ones. Well, my mom apparently saw the first black thing in the kitchen now, so we are on the lookout. Hopefully it will be dealt with before I have to sleep tonight. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, you don't have much time, though. It's 10 o'clock for you, right? It's 10 o'clock for me. Figured they'd complain about Monogatari more since that series has the problems they imagine this one has. Yeah. Yeah, isn't that weird? But I'm attributing that to like certain authors. You know, like if Helen wrote this one, but then John wrote Bakemonogatari. I don't know. I don't know. It could be vice versa. Don't get me wrong. It could be both Helen. It could be both John. I have no idea. It could be a guest writer. But again, both their names are on this book. So they are putting their names on everything that's in this book. Front and center. It is both their names. Nothing anonymous about it. I was out for like 30 minutes or something. I can't believe we're still on Spice and Wolf. How long is this article? It's just, I'm just making sure I type everything out because there's a lot wrong with it. Or weird. Not wrong. Odd. Strange. But I'm sorry. Yeah. We've been on it for a while. Thankfully, some articles take 30 seconds. Spider Writers. 2006. Okay, that's it. Just like that. I didn't even try to do that intentionally. There really was nothing to that article. Spiral from 2002. Oh, there you go. This is a good one, they say. Conspiracy story with real suspense is rare in any medium, and this is a good one. Well served by a good script and nicely paced direction. Cool. Spirit of Wonder, 1992. Cranking now. Miss China. Yanagita is a designer. Yanagita, who turned Suruta's fragile art into animation with such skill, returns on character design and art direction, and Ano directs. Takashi Ano. That's not too much. That's really not enough, I don't think, to give a positive opinion. But yeah. I don't think there's any change. Spirited Away. There we go. We're at the end, fellas. That was technically 50 articles. This is 51. They just keep complaining about random crap. Snitty represent. I watched like one episode of this as a kid. Max watched Familiarize recently. He thought the first season was okay, but didn't really like the second. Really didn't like the second. Felt like a crushed childhood by it not holding up. Damn. Didn't Mamoru Hosoda direct this anime? Spiral? Or Spider Riders and Spiral? No. I don't see Mamoru Hosoda credited there. Oh, the OP. Gotcha. I remember talked on Skype about me watching Spirit of Wonder, but I only watched the 2001 OVA. Spirit of Wonder, cool. Just remember the nip slip and Shonen Kaku Club whenever you watched them. Miyazaki's fanboy intensifies. Well, yeah. So, the first article, of course. Of course, the first article, I mean, the movie, I don't think had even come out yet. But they do talk about it. I kind of think they talk about it as if they'd seen it. Young girl Chihiro must journey from modern-day Japan to the spirit world in order to rescue her parents, who have been turned into pigs. This is a surreal mixture of the childhood adventure of My Neighbor Totoro with the threatening other world of Princess Mononoke and the transformations of Porco Rosso. Ugh. Maybe they're talking about it as if, as if they had seen it, but they hadn't? I don't know where that, not a great article. But obviously the third edition is, well, and of course it's that long. Of course. Naturally. Spirited Away. Completely revised. After taking a wrong turn on the way to their new house, Chihiro's family end up in what appears to be the ruins of a theme park. As night falls, it transforms into a literal ghost town. Chihiro's parents are changed into pigs. They don't really talk about how, like, the parents ate the food. And she is forced to work in an unearthly bathhouse. Like many Miyazaki heroines before her, she is kind to those in need, and the new friends she meets come to her aid when her fellow indentured servant Haku is placed in grave danger. Like a maverick diamond cutter. My man Miyazaki's a maverick diamond cutter. You cannot be sucking it any further down. It is touching the bottom of the stomach. It is starting to make its way through the intestines. You cannot be choking on it any harder. Oh my god. Maverick diamond cutter. I wouldn't have even called it that bad. I wouldn't even expect that much. Good lord. Why do they always have to mention other anime media? It's always so unnecessary. Uh-oh. Spirited Away, let's go. Miyazaki's the best, guys. Go see Spirited Away. The third edition, they lose their mind harder than you did seeing being invoked as #1 on the soundtrack. Topless!
Yeah, you know what? I understand being a super fan of his before he won the Oscar, and then seeing him win the Oscar for this movie was probably the greatest moment of their life. Besides having children, assuming they had kids. I would hope. Anyway, I would hope that's more. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's too mean. I called the fanboy. I don't even talk about Dazaki like this. Yeah, no. What the hell? This is hilarious. Like a maverick diamond cutter, Miyazaki has made some innovative choices in the facets he carves. Like Mamoru Oshie's Patlabor films, the leads in Spirited Away often seem like clueless bystanders in someone else's story. What? I'm kind of surprised on both sides of that statement. Like Mamoru Oshie's Patlabor films, so 1 and 2, the leads in Spirited Away and in Patlabor films often seem like clueless bystanders in someone else's story. I struggle to see how that's the case for either films. Any 3 of the films. I honestly don't get that. Clueless bystanders? Its chills are sometimes lost on an audience that cannot read Japanese. Yeah? Yeah? Oh yeah? Its chills are sometimes lost on an audience that cannot read Japanese, such as the creepy moment when Chihiro walks through a harmless-seeming village, although the signs over the cafes in the background offer flesh, fresh eyeballs, and dog. The most obvious hidden plotline is a romance between a human child and a river god. The most obvious hidden plotline. It's an oxymoron. I know you're putting hid in quotations, but like, what are you talking about? Hidden plotline is a romance between a human child and a river god, one of many forbidden loves in Japanese mythology seen before in Ushio and Tora. Or Spice and Wolf! Ah! Anyway. Another is a tale of warring sisters who live close by and continue to feud incessantly. The witch Yubaba's bathhouse is a meeting place for innumerable folktales old and new, some of which only have a single scene to charm us. We see the end, but not the beginning, of the tale of a river god polluted by litter dumping, Miyazaki's obligatory environmental moment. The last part of the tale of a dragon thief and curious scenes from the life of No-Face, a lonely, violent god desperate to be loved. Miyazaki's eye for the fantastic does not disappoint. With desolate vistas of a world knee-deep in water, a train to nowhere, perhaps it shares a perhaps it shares a terminus with My Neighbor Totoro's cat bus? No, it doesn't. Nope, shut up. Nope. I am not entertaining that for a fucking second. And no. Shut up. Absolutely not. Embarrassing take. Actually embarrassing. I can't believe you just said that. It's a bus and a train. Miyazaki... with desolate vistas of a world knee-deep in water, a train to nowhere, perhaps it shares a terminus with My Neighbor Totoro's cat bus, as if the cat bus have a bunch of terminals to nowhere? No! No way! No way! No way! No! How? You would expect their Miyazaki article, like their Miyazaki film articles, to be good. But this and Ponyo both have these, like, incredible strength reaches. And just... And a truly grim sense of the... Grim as in Grimm, Grimm's... Brothers Grimm. And a truly grim sense of the horrors that lie beneath the surface of the most innocent story. Like what? Like what? I know. One critic controversially suggested that Spirited Away was a subtle allegory of life in a brothel. Controversially suggested that Spirited Away was a subtle allegory of life in a brothel. And like all the best fairy tales, the film is innocent, child-friendly, and psychologically disturbing all at once. Yeah. I kind of struggled for how controversial that really is, but I'm gonna read the comments now. Never thought I'd see someone compare Spirited Away to Pat Labor. It's like when I saw One Piece win Best Recurring Series in the last... Yeah, I felt the same way. I felt pretty good about that. Let's not stoop to their level. It's like I can hear them woe-jacking in real time. It's okay when Miyazaki does it, guys. I hate double standards. It's okay when Miyazaki does it. We think alike. Can these guys stop trying to find connections where none exist? I need to see Spirited Away sometime. I'm surprised you haven't seen it, Weird Proc. Yeah. It's more like commentary on hotel work. It shares the impenetrable ethnocentric references of Isao Takahata's Pompoko. Hey, thanks! In the Spirited Away article. Thanks! It shares the impenetrable ethnocentric references of Isao Takahata's Pompoko and a Japanese obsession with bathing and the smell of outsiders, but it seems to lack the humanity of Kiki's Delivery Service. Yeah? Okay. Go on. Considering this is a story about a girl in a very inhuman world, that's probably part of the point. But the result could so easily have been the same as with Princess Mononoke. Nebraska mall rats prefer to watch the latest Jerry Bruckheimer. Another Miyazaki film tanks in the US, and the fans blame Disney, who would really very much prefer it if Miyazaki remade My Neighbor Totoro anime. What are they talking about? Fucking tin hat over here. Tinfoil ass hat. What are you going off on? What the fuck are they talking about? What? This is deranged. Straight up. Unhinged. What were they talking? They didn't even finish their thought. It lacks the humanity. It seems to lack the humanity of Kiki's Delivery Service. Considering this is a story about a girl in a very inhuman world, that's probably part of the point. But the result could so easily have been the same as with Princess Mononoke. Hyphen. Like, this is how they write it. They just put, like, a hyphen. It's the same as Princess Mononoke. Like that. Nebraska mall rats. It's a weird call out. Like, very specific Nebraska mall rats? Oh, not like, unlike Illinois, South Dakota mall rats. Like, what? Nebraska mall rats prefer to watch the latest Jerry Bruckheimer. Another Miyazaki film tanks in the US. He's just being cynical about that. Oh, no, it tanks in the US. And the fans blame Disney. You? Do you? Disney, would very much prefer it if Miyazaki remade My Neighbor Totoro anyway, and stopped doing animated pastiches of Tarkovsky. Animated pastiches of Tarkovsky? And comedy allegories of union demarcation disputes involving a collective of soot creatures. However, okay, you went on that rant for nothing? However, Spirited Away defied many expectations by winning an Academy Award for Best Animated Feature, gaining the film a new lease on life, and pushing Miyazaki, gaining the film a new lease on life. It came out that year. That's not how Oscars work. You can't just like... Were you just mad that it bombed and then it got a new lease? That's how Oscars work. What? And pushing Miyazaki to the forefront of anime's expansion abroad. Despite the fact that much of his work is made in reaction to mainstream Japanese animation. Despite the fact that much of his work is made in reaction to mainstream Japanese animation and is not really representative of it. His movies are not representative of mainstream anime? What are you saying there? What are you trying to say there? His next directorial outing was How His Moving Castle. I don't know why you have to mention that. Anyway. Okay, then. I saw it on Cartoon Network. Good film. Really good. I watched Spirited Away in kindergarten class. True. Nothing has more humanity than Kiki's Delivery Service. Wasn't Spirited Away a massive success here? Another mention of Mallrats. I've only seen a few Ghibli films, Nausicaa, Kiki, Powerco, Howl, Arrietty, and Castle. Cool. It's like listening to a conspiracy theorist talk. This is so completely unhinged. The lizard people are brainwashing everyone to hate Miyazaki. I remember my story pitch teacher at animation school said he took a bunch of his animator friends to see Spirited Away's premiere, and they thought it looked indefensibly bad. But my teacher was pretty insistent on the film's high quality at the time, or something like that. They compared it to Kimba Theory. Of course they blame Disney. Wait, anime can be good? Miyazaki's too good to be anime. Don't watch any anime that Miyazaki didn't work on. Great endorsement. I feel like that's a fair thing to say. I get where they're coming from it, for sure. You just kind of have to look at it, though. Maybe I'm missing the forest for the trees here. It just doesn't come off right, especially the way we've been reading this whole book. You know? Apparently Disney gave it limited marketing and only showed it in about 151 theaters until the Oscars when it went to much more theaters. Yeah, I don't deny that. The same thing has happened to every subsequent film of his. Maybe not the same extreme extent, but like, are Miyazaki's films in response to mainstream anime? I always got the impression he made value judgments on anime without watching any of it. That was what I thought. I agree that he's making anime in a different way, and he's kind of in his own isolated bubble. At the same time, though, his anime have animators on it that have worked on other anime. You know? You hear about how, like, the character designer for Denno Coil and Orbital Children, he's like, yeah, I finished my cuts for the new Miyazaki film. It's not like completely out of isolation. It's not in its own bubble. Yoshinori Kaneda worked on several. He was a really core component animator on those films, and he worked on several other anime. Plenty. He was partly responsible for why anime looks the way it does. Ghibli shouldn't just be isolated from the conversation. I understand where they're coming from, that like that's his perspective, and it's not tropey in the same way. But like, it's not removed. It's not alien. It's not really representative of it. Like they're criticizing the fact that Miyazaki is pushed to the forefront of Japanese animation when he's not a good representation of it, really, of mainstream. Like, he's an outlier, you know? But if anything, I think he's a champion. I think he's a champion of it. I think he's a good reason why anime is as awesome as it is. Because there's really talented people behind it. They've created, like, Miyazaki is not this outsider. You know? He's part of the history. He's a Toei guy. He started at Toei. He worked on several of these earlier films. He did Future Boy Conan. You know, he worked his way up. He did episodes for Lupin the Third. You know, his first film is a franchise film for Lupin the Third. One of the most common and, like, ubiquitous anime franchises of the whole fucking thing. His fucking manga was published in Animage. Like, he's not divorced from this conversation. He's just not. This article needed some good Kevin MacLeod bangers. Miyazaki and Dazaki have similar philosophies. They just do what they want regardless of... Yeah, I think that's a really good point for one man. Dazaki is also not much of an anime fan. And that's not out of, like, hating it or anything. He's just not interested. He's just like, I like movies. You know? And it's just his job. And, like, he just found a passion for it. He's like, wow, I like doing this. You know? But he's not an otaku. It does kind of... It starts to make... When you put it like that, it's like... What? So Miyazaki's, like, not... You know? And that's what makes his film so good, is that he's not an otaku. Unlike these other guys. Like, what is that supposed to mean? Why would an animator ever look at a movie like Spirited Away and say such a thing? I think it was just guy friends, I mean, nothing animators. There are a number of Western animators that don't respect Japanese animation. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it was his colleagues, but I don't recall. My instructor was a brilliant man, though. I learned a lot from him. Cagliostro is still my favorite film of his. It's not my favorite, but it's my second favorite. Yeah. I know from watching Zan Lost Memories and Fact Tale, the Ghibli influence on other anime. Yeah, that's the other thing. Anime is not, like, as a monolith, it's not a monolith, first of all, but, like, other anime are not immune to Miyazaki's influence. Absolutely. All this article does is enforce the stereotypes of anime being immature trash that you grow out of. I really hate this attitude. Animage had the home video rights of Ghibli movies before Disney. Goes to show. Yeah, this was really, really unhinged. And the thing is, they don't actually even say that much, like, quantitative about it. Not qualitative, quantitative, qualitative. I don't really think, I have to, like, boil their opinion. Like, what is their opinion on this movie? They even gatekeep it at one point, being like, its chills are sometimes lost on an audience that cannot read Japanese. Oh, you gotta read Japanese to enjoy this movie. So appreciate the subtleties. Okay. Alright. Okay, there it is, I guess. Okay, now to list the countless weird things about this fucking article. Gonna be here a little bit. This music track would have been perfect for me to end this on. I don't want to end it now. But I don't know. Let me just write this down. Oh my gosh. Maverick Diamond Cutter. Sheesh. Like Oshi's Hat Labor films, the leads in essay often seem like clueless bystanders in someone else's story. But, on both counts. It's like literally sentence by sentence. It is literally sentence by sentence, actually. It's just are sometimes lost on an audience that cannot read Japanese. Anyone really feel that? These are background details. Romance between a human child and a river god. One of many forbidden loves in Japanese mythology. Spice and Wolf. A train to nowhere. Perhaps it shares a terminus with my neighbor Totoro's cat bus. Nope. Nope. Stop. Stop. Fucking JonTron. Hold on. Hold on, sorry.
Did you notice anything last night?
Ah, yeah, here it is.
Where you rubbed that instant tan on? I mean, like, involving hair?
I don't like where this is going.
I mean hair, you know, like where you don't expect to see it.
Stop!
Are you growing some unexpected hair?
No, are you?
No, are you?
Stop!
No, I just thought maybe you...
I what?
Growing hair in weird places.
FBI should be knocking on his door any minute now.
Hairy Larry. Hair on his head, hair on his mind.
I had to check and see if there was hair growing anywhere
Oh,
else.
what the
No,
hell?
no.
None on my chest.
Please, Larry, you don't understand.
None on my back.
You don't know what you're doing here.
And now... my...
Sheesh. Anyway. I thought it was just a compilation, but I should have checked that it was 48 seconds. Never mind. Sorry. Stop. This entire quote, but the result is the result could be so easily, but the result could so easily have been the same as with Princess Mononoke. Nebraska mall rats prefer to watch the latest Jerry Bruckheimer, another Miyazaki film, tanks in the US, and the fans blame Disney who would really very much prefer it if Miyazaki remade My Neighbor Totoro anyway and stopped doing animated pastiches of Tarkovsky and comedy allegories of union demarcation disputes involving a collective, this is such word salad, of soot creatures. Deranged. Completely unhinged. I liked anime as a kid because I enjoyed how different stylistic it was over domestic stuff. I love both styles. You need really high Q to understand Spirited Away. It's so on point. It's sad. It's type train wreck. It's maybe their worst one yet. Rave is a tough one to top. Rave was insane. I still can't get over. I think their rock bottom is that one hentai one where they don't even explain the synopsis. You literally don't get anything. Not a single. It's just them riffing on it. You don't even get what it's about at all. It's so bad. You see manga. At least the synopsis in this one was coherent. You see manga in Japanese means clearly irresponsible comics because I watched the BBC in 1994. I am very smart. Helen was in that documentary. Helen McCarthy was in that documentary. Co-author of this book. What movie commentary was it that called manga Mangia Violence like it was Italian? I don't know. I can't get over that last quote. I am writing it out now. I am able to parse it a little bit. They're just very butthurt about Princess Mononoke flopping. Even though, like, it still doesn't make the fans blame Disney. But their peak, however, still compared to Cowboy Bebop and Ray-Earth. Yeah, that's another highlight. Also, something happened to volume. Yeah, sorry. It was because I put the JonTron thing on, and then it didn't put the volume back down. My bad. 4 hours and 45 minutes or so. 4 hours 42 minutes, but yeah. Okay. Well, while I'm still, before I leave, I think that leaves 143 articles left. I would do 50 more. Let me see. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. It's the story of Little Monica would be the 50th article for Tuesday. Yeah. Okay. Can't wait for Star Blazers next time. Star Blazers is a very long article for them too. It's longer than Gege no Kitaro. Gosh. Yeah. It takes up a full page. Over a full page. Jeez. Well. I'm going to sign off here for the 4 hour 45 minute mark. Thank you guys so much for watching. You guys are great. Thank you so much. You guys are the reason I'm able to keep doing this. Hope you guys see you guys on Tuesday. Yo, peace.